Oh, yes. You see, I would be muted because that would be like a first year rookie mistake. Yeah, I'm in the re-education corner. I think it's funny that we built a re-education corner after I made the Orwellian dystopian music album. So it fits. Today's been a good day so far. I'm healthy. I feel good. I put out a TikTok this morning. It was just fucking hilarious. The guy queued it up. I'm sitting in bed and I was like, I jumped out of bed at 3:40 in the morning. I'm like, I'm making this TikTok. I'm making my response. So I made my response and then I made another TikTok. I've already written an entire political article on the VA. Starting the show a little bit early today because Melly Yumpkin's coming over and she needs me to fix her computer. She's trying to play Marvel Rivals and whatever's going on with her machine. She's getting some errors. I have to laugh that they completely broke Steam logins for God Once Human. They've completely broken Steam logins, and then you see their response, and their response is, what was their response? We've put in an urgent request with Steam. It's like, everybody for years has told me how great Steam is, except the problem is a lot of developers have told me that Steam sucks. We've urgently contacted Steam for a fix and are currently waiting for a response from their technical team. This is one of the things that I hear from small developers. You're constantly fighting with Steam, because if a game is, quote, in development, then, and forgive me, I'm not a developer, so I can only go by what people have told me. But when your game is kind of in development, then you can't update your builds. You have to do like full rebuilds for whatever security thing it is. So you get like a 56 gig game, and instead of being able to patch it, people are having to download the entire 56 gigs again. Now again, I can't give you validity or any of that because I'm not a developer. I don't do that shit. I have to trust what people tell me, and I trust very few people. So just leave it at that. But people talk about how great Steam is. But I'd love to hear Steam's... I would love to hear from Steam with what went on with Once Human. I would love to know if it is a Starry Studios issue, a NetEase issue, or a Steam issue. I would love to know that. At the end of the story, it would be amazing to know that. Like, who owns this fuck up? It's pretty bad when all of your Steam players can't log into the game. Especially considering that Once Human has got its own pack of issues at the moment. Wonder if it's related to the visa thing. Are you talking about... Yeah, there was a big hoopla with Steam and people, and it happened while I was gone because, of course, everything happens when I'm gone. But there was a big hoopla with people giving gifts with Visa gift cards, and then they can dispute the gift, but then it becomes a big problem with having to how you reclaim the it's like, guys, you need to think about how this is going to play out. Also, sadly, man, I really love this game. I do. This game is great. Now, Rail will probably tell you he's seen me in CK3. I needed a break from this game. Because the first thing that happened when I got back from vacation is got hit with, oh, you wanted to play? Oh no, you have to redrop your base. No, you can't actually play. Oh, you redropped your base? Oh no, you have to drop it again. We're gonna make you drop it again in 3 days. And We shouldn't have to merge again. I'm going to do a quick merge check on the other worlds, and if those have changed, then I'm going to make the other video. But I needed a break from this, and my break from this is CK3. Oh, how Visa forced Steam to remove a shit ton of games, or they would stop to pay. Yeah, that's you know, that's a huge talking point. I think Visa and MasterCard have lost their fucking minds. Now, mind you, I have a Visa. I have a Visa that's a Chase Visa, and then I have a Disney Visa. I have a Disney Visa debit card that I never use. I only own it for when I go to Disney World, so that I can get into like the Chase members photo opportunities. That's the only reason why I have it, and it doesn't cost me any money because I can put a picture on my debit card for free, so I chose to put the Disney one on it. Visa and MasterCard telling vendors that we're not gonna, even though your activity is lawful, we're not going to allow you to conduct lawful business because we don't want to be involved in it. Well, what the fuck? Like, again, this is one of those, am I morally against something? Am I ethically against something? Am I businessly related, businessly against something? Do I want to live in a world where women can make money without having an OnlyFans? Yes, I do. I would love for our economy to be stronger. However, the people that don't want to have a real discussion on it, they don't understand that these really successful OnlyFans girls, they're employing between 2 and as many as 8 or 9 people. The ones that are making the fucking ridiculous amount of money, they're employing a lot of people. The people that they're employing, photographer, videographer, editor, social media manager, the person that sits there and answers, because it's not the model answering you. Okay, if anybody is in their pseudo relationship thinks that if anybody thinks that the model is actually answering hundreds of messages a day, only the new ones are. The established models pay a guy $20 an hour to sit there and flirt, and if they have a lot of people coming in, they pay multiple people to flirt with their audiences. I mean, there's girls making $250,000 a month. You just saw Lily Tay. No, to be honest with you, Rail, because I do business consult for 2 OnlyFans models who are making significant money. They don't do chatbots, because the last thing you can afford to do, like, I think this is morally reprehensible. Not the fact that they're taking off their clothes, but they're preying on the pseudo relationship. OnlyFans girls, they'll have a subscription and they'll put out their photo for the day or their photo for the morning, but then they'll send out the uber duper extra spicy, and it'll be like $3. They'll message the person managing their site for them. They'll send out a message. They'll be like, hey, this one's extra spicy from today's video shoot, so I'm offering it for $3. Well, it doesn't seem like a lot, right? But I want you to think about this here. Girl has 10,000 followers, right? She has 10,000 followers. And if 1% of her 10,000 followers buy today's extra spicy, that's $300 extra today. Now, the law of averages tells you will get 1% conversion. So I want you to think about this. If there's 30 days in a month and she sends out 1 extra spicy every day, gets a 1% turn, that's $9,000 extra on top of the money she's already making. That's obscene. That's obscene. But I'm not going to hate on her for doing it because she's got to make her paper too, right? Yeah, $300 a day is not slacking, and it's not even a full day's work. For those of you that don't know how the industry works, the professional OnlyFans girls, they're not doing one photo shoot a day. They're doing, like, they have all their clothes on the rack or on the piles on the floor. And then their clothes are going to end up back in a pile on the floor, but that's a different part of the business. They're doing on Monday, if Monday is their shoot day, they're doing 7, 8, 9 wardrobe changes. And the ones that are good at it, they're doing this so fast. But that's where I said, the ones that are making $250,000 a month, $500,000 a month, they've got to have a hair and makeup person right there. So they do their, I'll keep it clean. They do their blue bikini shoot. And then they step off. The photographer is changing the location of the camera and the lights. The girl's jumping over. She's already taken off her clothes. So now she's putting on the black bikini. And then she sits down in the chair and the girl's got to like run the rag across her face to change the makeup up a little bit. Otherwise, the guys are going to notice and they're going to say, wait a minute, all you're doing is changing clothes. Because the guys aren't stupid. I mean, they are, but we'll pretend that they're not. But we'll just pretend. Well, think about that. She's employing a hair and makeup person, a photographer. Then that shit, as soon as the photographer's done with that bunch, the photographer's clipping those over, and either the photographer is the editor or he's clipping them over to an editor. And so she might post in one day 4 different sets. So she might make $1,200 extra dollars with the extra spicy from each set. She might pick up some new subscribers. I get it. There are a lot of people who hate the fact that we have pornography in society. I get it. No problem. I agree with you. But until somebody has an idea of what are we going to do, how are we going to have residual jobs for all these people? Yeah, you're taking a bunch of pictures in a row for 10 to 15 hours in a single day. You're posting the best of those, 500, 800, you're losing 1,300, but you're making 9K. Right, exactly. So your makeup artist is 5, your photographer is 8, your editor, right? You're losing money, but when the guy that's sitting there at his computer logged in as you is chatting these guys up, tee-hee, here's another one. But when he throws the here's another one, and this is where the law of averages comes in. You've got 1 or 2 guys flirting with an audience because they know they're getting a percentage. Well, those guys know if they can't get you to hit buy at $3, what if they can get you to hit buy at $2? $1. What if you're willing to buy the 4-pack for $10? Then those guys are getting a percentage. It's a fucked up world. It's a fucked up world we live in. But I'm not going to hate on the girls doing it because they need their paper too. They need to make money. I don't want them unemployed. Because isn't it amazing to you that all these people say how poor they are, yet their OnlyFans balance is $900, and it's an addiction. It's an absolute addiction, and we've seen this addiction generationally. My generation and the generation a little bit before me and the generation a little bit after me, their OnlyFans was the strip club, where the on-running joke is always, as soon as I get my paycheck, half of it goes to charity. Unless she's not working, then it goes to Destiny. So yeah, they're making a fuck ton of money. And then if they're smart, every single thing they're doing in life is a business write-off. They're not doing anything that they're not writing off. Go to Disney World. That's a write-off. I'm not even joking. Go to Disney World. If they take one Instagram photo, and they don't even have to take the photos, they can just buy the photo pass, have the professional photographers take them. But they run around the park. they're constantly on their phone. They're tweeting. They're literally giving you a play-by-play of what they're doing. And guys are mollified by this. If you're posting 4 pictures, then the dude is making 3.6K a month just catfishing people professionally. Yep. Yep. And people are adamantly against all this, and I'm like, it's what we've allowed to develop. So back to the point about Visa. Sorry, I went down a rabbit hole there. Back to the point about Visa. Visa and MasterCard are completely going to fuck up their deal because they're going to stop taking payments for legal activities. Like, look, as much as Visa might say that OnlyFans or porn or whatever else they want to have a problem with is morally reprehensible, if you start telling people, if you don't do X, we won't support you, well, then more people are going to discover. I'm surprised Steam didn't push back. I'm surprised Steam didn't say to Visa that would be illegal. But Steam probably, to be honest, Steam probably looked at the games that Visa said, we want these games removed. And they probably looked at it and said, those games aren't going to make us a lot of money anyway. So why do we want to pick a fight with the credit card company? Why don't we just get rid of the games? Which, now, in some ways, I will say this, and this makes me the bad guy, and I don't mind being the bad guy because somebody's got to be. Another problem we have is the multitude of shit games that are being produced and making money because everybody is trying to make a game now. Like, I'm trying to make a game. I laid out the steps. I'm gonna waterfall it. I'm gonna do all of the stuff that I need to do. And then once that's done, I'm gonna go through tick, tick, tick. These are the steps I have to take. And I'll probably need help from people that I know with some of the coding. Just, I'm gonna go slow. I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna say, hey, am I following best practice? Because I know some programmers that have agreed that they'll help me if I ever get off my ass and finish the start. Well, that's how it should be. You were in the ER and they thought you had a testicular torsion. Oh yeah, you've never seen ER people. You've never seen ER people get off their ass and run around that quick ever in the ER, have you? Testicular torsion is on the same priority as stroke and heart attack because you can literally die. You there ain't no waiting around there. You passing your first kidney stone. Yeah. Lemonade. High acidic value lemonade. Yeah, they took you before an abdominal gunshot wound. Yep. Because a testicular torsion is on par with a heart attack and a stroke. If they don't eliminate the diagnosis quickly enough, you can die. So I didn't know that until I went through that process, and then I realized, holy shit. Makes you really think about all the times you went to like batting practice without a cup. Makes you really think to yourself, well, that was really dumb. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, wait a minute. What ammo am I using over here? No. Regular ammo. So. Also, the good news is I finished up most of another album today. I'll be able to push that album out. It's Thursday. I normally do music work on Tuesdays and Sundays, but I've got to get caught up. I freaked out Tuesday morning. I went to load the blues album into Bandcamp and I could not find it. I'm like, where the fuck? It wasn't on my desktop. It wasn't in my current projects. It wasn't in the PGN music folder. I'm like, where the fuck did this folder go? I'm like running the Windows audit because I don't put things in my trash can right away. I have a folder on my desktop for 3 months prior. And I always put things into a folder from 3 months prior because I've deleted things I've needed in the past. I'm looking at all those folders. It's not there. I'm like, it's in the fucking blues folder in the PGN music album. Vladimir has done a lot of our jazz and lo-fi. It's in the wrong fucking folder. Yeah. A crushed testicle. It's being the well, if a crushed testicle, I've actually seen that surgery, and that is still one of the very few surgeries in what we do in medical science, which is a butcher hack job, because unless they know the exact amount of time on the clock, they cut the sac open instead of doing it orthoscopically. They just get up into their wrists in it because they've got to start pinching things off and clamping things off. If you're of the age that you don't need them anymore, it changes how they do the surgery. Like for me, I can't have kids, so if that happened to me, they'd be like, fuck it, well, he can't have kids anyway, so we'll do it the fast and ugly way. But yeah, that's no joke. That I didn't realize that till I got injured down there. And then your doctor gives you all the reading material and you're like, holy fuck, which divine entity designed this biological shell? Yeah, they split the sac down the seam, not to be gross, but they split the sac down the seam and they get to work, and then you're gonna be uncomfortable as you're healing because you're gonna have a number of internal and external stitches. And again, if they're trying to save the other testicle, that radically changes how they do things. If they don't have to save the other testicle, it changes things as well. No, when I went in for that emergency, I learned a lot about anatomy and physiology that I didn't previously know. Like, no joke, real talk. I was shocked by I was literally shocked by what I didn't know. Because although I've passed anatomy and physiology, none of the medical equipment really focuses on that area. So it's not like when we had to pass anatomy and physiology in block 1. And then every block of education we had an anatomy and physiology section to go along with that block. So when you do dental, you learn a lot about the teeth. Like one of the things I didn't know about the teeth, I mean, I kind of knew, because of my own history with nearly bleeding to death after a dental procedure, but like so many things can present as a toothache that aren't a toothache, and so many things, sometimes it doesn't make sense, but your doctor will say to you, like, your doctor will say to you, when was your last dental exam? And you're like, oh, I don't know, like 8 months ago. And the doctor would be like, look, we've done an x-ray of your face, we've looked at your ears, we've looked at your nose, we've looked at your throat. Do us a favor, would you? Before we start scoping your sinuses, go to the dentist. So you go to the dentist and you find out that you have a little tiny cavity on a buccal and in between two teeth, and it's just that nerve is being hit. Your dad was born in the 50s. He's got this gnarly ass abdominal scar from his appendectomy. Your wife's appendectomy left no visible scar, but her belly button is tender. Big ass rope scar on his lower left abdomen in the shape of an L that's a 4x4. Yeah, I've seen people with surgeries when they've had to be gutted open, and I've seen people with the surgeries when they've been able to do it all, you know, with modern medicine, and it's amazing how far we've come. It's a great thing that we've come this far, and I'm not being a smartass. It's great that we're at the level of we can remove your gallbladder through a hole about that big. We can remove your appendix through a hole about that big. Because they make the hole so that it's designed to expand as you're pulling outward, and then it all snaps back together and looks nice. That's great. I'm glad we have that in modern medicine. I really am. But at the same time, when you have a kid whose appendix is ruptured, well, they have to open the kid's abdomen up because they're literally in there washing all of the organs. It's crazy how far science has come in the last 200 years. It's crazy how far science has come in the last, in the last 20 years. Like, not joking. It's nuts how well we're doing, all things considered. Yeah, it feels exponential. I mean, if you remember, less than 200 years ago, doctors were causing women who were giving birth to die because they weren't following good hand washing. How you can enter the game? My login is just the biggest piece of dog shit. I can't log in anymore. First question, you can't log in. Are you on Steam or are you on Loading Bay? Because if you can't log in and you're on Steam, they fucked the Steam build and they're waiting for Steam to help them fix it. If you're on their own launcher and you can't log in, that's going to be a different story. But yeah, if you can't log in on Steam, known bug. Oh, the wish machine reset? I'll have to do that. Boom Boom, Shelter Hardy, and Last Valor. Okay. I'll do that. And then I'll do my check to see if I'm making another video today. I really hope the bug isn't there. Not because I don't want to make the YouTube video, but because I already have a YouTube video to make. And then I want to get back to my CK3 game. So, and then I'll get on later and we'll bang out our weeklies. You're in Steam. So Scream, if you're in Steam, you're just going to have to be patient because it's a single sign-on solution issue that Starry Studios and NetEase is waiting for Steam to help them fix. You're just fucked. You're just going to have to wait. Yep. So you've just got some waiting. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad I could help. See, I've already helped one customer today. That's my job. You just looked it up. The penicillin was only found in 1928, not that long ago in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. Oh, anyway, back to what I was saying. Doctors were causing pregnant women to die. Because what was going on is doctors and medical students were dissecting cadavers in the morning. And then they were going to labor and delivery as they got called that there were patients and they weren't washing their hands. So they're up to their elbows in a fucking dead body, and all they would do was wipe off their hands. Like, and I remember a long, long time ago hearing about this, and I was like, how in the hell were people not washing their hands? And the truth is, you remember that scene in Gone in 60 Seconds where the guy is the coroner or the mortician, I forgot what his job was, and he's eating a sandwich and he gets a phone call and he puts the sandwich on the dead guy's chest. That's the shit that people were doing. Like in the Civil War, battlefield surgeons were cutting off a leg, being brought a plate of food. There wasn't always silverware, so they would go like this, and then they would start eating whatever they were brought because they're bringing another guy to chop his leg off. And I didn't think too much of that really until I remember one day watching my dad. He was working on the car, and I brought him out a cup of tea and a couple of biscuits, right? And all he did was take his fingertips and whatever liquid he had, I don't know what it was. It might have been water. It might have been something else. He just dumped it on his fingertips, cleaned his fingertips, and picked up the biscuit. Well, yeah, that's why now we have doctors using those stiff bristle brushes, and they're there scrubbing in. And then, depending on the nature of the surgery, the doctor has to put his hands up while an independent person confirms that underneath all his fingernails is clean, depending on what he's doing. Depending on what the nature of the surgery is, the specifics. Even the doctors have to put their hands up and be no-go checked. But this is just shit we figured out in the last 100 years. So imagine where we're going to be in another 100 years. But like literally required to set a timer. They can't scrub for less. Yeah, they got to do. They got to get them under all their fingernails. They can't have any watches, rings on. They've got to go up to their elbows, and then they can't. After they get to a point, they don't do anything else for themselves. They put their arms up, and people glove them up for them. That way, there's no contamination. And that's good. That's good. It's just like I said to people. Yeah, the Varsol lunch cleans hands off cleans anything off an engine and your hand. Right, exactly. But it was like back during COVID, people didn't understand. You weren't wearing the mask for you. You were wearing the mask for everybody else. No, you're wearing the mask for you. Really, asshole. Then why does your surgeon wear a mask? Your surgeon wears a mask so he's not breathing germs into your open abdominal cavity. But it's neither here nor there. I'm gonna give a shout out to Asmongold. He's been. I think he's ready to transcend video game influencer and become like, I think he's going to become a power player in social activism. I saw him make a post where it's something I've said for years, so I'm not agreeing with him just because I agree with him. I agree with him for the reasons he put forward. He said he's got a tweet out there that says the LGBTQ community, the LGs and Bs need to get rid of the Ts because the Ts are causing the LGBs to go backwards. One is personality and identity, and one is sexual orientation. And you invited a very small group of people into your movement, and now they've hijacked your movement and they're taking it in different directions. Now that's me taking his point and my point and merging them together. But at least he's using his platform for something more than World of Warcraft, which is a lot more than a lot of other people do. There's a lot of creators that never do anything. Like, I played that video yesterday about be authentic. Well, authentic is great, but if you build a community and you never do anything with it, what the hell's the point of what you've built? So it was good to see him say that. He's very uninformed on most other issues, though. No, I'm gonna say this. I don't think Zach is uninformed on most other issues. I think people are so Like, a bunch of TikToks I wanted to respond to, they've made them private so you can't download them. Lady said today, I watched this lady and she's got 3.2 million followers, so I usually believe what she says. And then I have another video where a guy says, I only have 7 followers because it's my 3rd day on TikTok. We have created this mentality, this idea that the number of followers you have on a platform, no, it's not Lady J. I actually responded to a Lady J video. Well, I took out the parts of a video she responded to because the original video isn't available anymore. So that I could respond to the original video, and that's coming tomorrow. But no, it was a lady talking about, she does Snap. All she does is Snap. Snap benefits. And she's completely wrong. But she's got 3.2 million followers. The number of followers you have does not correlate in any way, shape, or form to your knowledge. Just like, yes, I admit this, there are times where I want to know the intelligence, not the intelligence. There are times I want to know the education level of the person I'm speaking to so that I don't waste my fucking time. It has nothing to do, like, I don't discount your argument because you're not college educated, but I don't want to waste my time talking up here if I need to be talking down here. So it's not like a disrespect thing. It's like, I don't want to be going on, like, if I say the state of nature and you're like, yeah, I don't know it. Okay, well then let me give you a 25-word summation of the state of nature. Do you agree or disagree? You agree. Okay, we can move on. You disagree. Do you disagree because you don't agree with it, or you disagree because you don't have enough background information? And I love when a person says, because I don't have enough background information. Great. Now we're doing education. But the lady's response was, yeah, I usually listen to this woman because she has 3.2 million followers. Well, why would her total number of followers make her a subject matter expert on dick all? And the answer is it wouldn't. Having followers doesn't mean shit. Having followers is nice. It makes you money. It brings in the bacon, but on the grand scheme of things, it doesn't mean shit. Yeah, I prepare my talking points. Other streamers talk out of their ass and they use very selective data. And you are correct, which is why you'll notice, because you've been here a lot, if somebody brings up a subject with a lot of nuance, I will say, give me a minute, because I have a lot of references. Or I'll say, that's not something I can do right now, and I'll take a break and I'll pull information for it. But we're not going to do the thing where you come in completely prepared and we try to play Stump-a-Chump. We're just not going to do that. Not because I'm not confident in my ability to mix it up on any given topic, but because if it's your issue and you know all about it, then you're gonna win, or you at least should win the argument, because you're attacking my opinions with a stockpile of facts, which, if I'm worth my salt in what I do, I should never allow that discussion to take place. Because why would I? You're ready to have the discussion. I'm not. If you want to have it, give me a day. I'll go get smart on this topic. Well, give me 2 days. Come back in 2 days. We can talk about it. If you're not willing to talk about it in 2 days, then you don't really want to talk about it. You just want to impress people with your knowledge base. Well, go then start a fucking Twitch channel and do that. I'm not telling you not to do that. I'm just telling you I'm not going to get involved in that. Now, Pirate Software, Does Pirate Software, again, I know some people love him and worship at the shrine of him, but he fucked his whole brand. He fucked his whole brand across the board. The guy that came in here and was fighting with me is like, well, you use an EQ. Yeah, I use an EQ, and if anybody ever fucking asks me, I will plain admit, I'm not gonna bullshit you and say, oh no, I don't use an EQ, because a member of my community functioned as my sound engineer for half a minute, and there's a person out there that not only knows that I use an EQ, they know exactly what the fuck the EQ is, because they helped me write it. But there is a huge difference between using an EQ, right? That looks like this, because this is mine, because this is what takes the fucking gravelly sound out of my voice, right? There is a huge difference between an EQ that looks like that and an EQ that brings your dip like that so that you have that bass. And then he starts talking about like when he got called out on it, his response is, well, some males, their voice drops in their 30s. Yeah, because that puberty that men go through in their 30s, your voice doesn't drop again in your 30s. You can go to a vocal coach. You can make minor changes to how you speak. You can choose to speak at the lower end of your vocal range. If you slow down your rate of speech, you can flatten your peaks. And you can train yourself to do that. Or you can bullshit it and you can load up the EQ and you can just dip that line in. When you don't have integrity, I've said this for years. When you don't have integrity is butterfly wings. Once you start fucking about with your integrity, this is something that Pirate said about his voice changing in his 30s. Yeah, what he said is a lot of men have their voice change in their 30s. And my response is, yeah, that second puberty men go through in their 30s. Why don't you just admit, like, what is so hard about just being honest? Yeah, guys, I use an EQ because I'm very nasally and I sound like I'm gargling gravel. So it's easier on your ears. And so I don't have to spend a lot of brain power reminding myself to speak slower, because I already speak slower than my brain works. I choose to make an EQ, but I don't add, 9 pounds of ball sack to make it sound like I'm Barry White. So I'll more than happily say, yeah, I use an EQ. Why are we bullshitting? Because that's my point about it. Why fucking lie? Jay, do you use an EQ? Yeah. Jay, do you sometimes edit out your breath sounds? Yeah. If I'm doing a TikTok, I throw my shit into Filmora. I run a silence analyzer so that anything under 35% of the threshold auto clips, and then when I manually listen, I can extend the words. Sometimes I miss them. Jay, why don't you just set up your mic so that it doesn't pick up as many breath sounds? I'd love to. I breathe like a fucking dragon. I've tried. I've done my gates. I've done my filters. I've done my releases. I've done all that shit. I breathe like a dragon. I'm a mouth breather. I breathe through my mouth. It's very difficult. Jay, angle the mic to the other side of your mouth. And yeah, I get it. It should be over there. I get it. Guess what? I'm not going to try to make $18 million a year as a voice acting artist. So if you ask me this shit, be honest about it. Now I saw with the Pirate Software drama, which I think is fucking comical. The more people who have shit to say about you, then out of the woodwork, more people have shit to say about you. Like if you, I don't think anybody in this community was here at the very beginning when I started streaming. I was telling a story about my military service, and a random viewer was like, hey man, I'm just gonna say I fucking hated you when we were in tech school, but every single thing you just said about yourself is true. There's 12,000 people who know me from tech school. 12,000. I was a student squadron commander. There were 12,000 people who went through tech school while I was the lead Red Rope. 12,000. It's not that unlikely that I'll run into a handful of them on Twitch over the years. The guy was like, I fucking hated you when we were in tech school, but everything you just said about yourself is true. I could have also been in here bullshitting off my ass, and the guy could have been like, that's all bullshit, and then I could have had him start shitting on me, and then he's going to know people that are going to call me out, and that's it. That's the end of your career. People that Pirate Software worked for, Thor worked for, have started making comments like the dude was fucking useless and all he did was surf Reddit all day. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's false. I just know now people weren't saying that about him 6 months ago. People weren't making the nepotism baby comments about him 6 months ago. He shit on his whole brand. He shit on his whole deal. It's like when Asmongold, what was his One True King? And Asmongold got caught up. I don't even remember what the fuck it was that Asmongold got caught up in, like the fucking hoopla scandal. But Asmongold got caught up in one, and then he left the organization so that the organization didn't have to deal with the embarrassment of whatever bullshit was going on with him at the time. And the truth is that it couldn't have been that terrible, because Asmongold's still top 10 streamer. Oh, the Palestine scandal. What the fuck was it? It was a political view on Palestine. And the truth is, it's a political view. He's allowed to have whatever political view he wants. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with him. Oh, they had an inferior culture. Yeah, that right there, Salty Bread, that is a good example that is a great example of somebody talking out their ass. That is a great example of a person not understanding culture. Like, there's a lot of people that say the Native Americans had an inferior culture. And I remember I believe it's Sitting Bull. This quote is attributed to Sitting Bull. A white man asked Sitting Bull, you've seen the white man, you've seen all his advances, you've seen all his technologies. What do you have to say about that? He said, when white man come to this country, he find woman cook all day, man hunt and fish. Woman make dinner, man enjoy dinner, man fuck all night, smoke peace pipe. Medicine man free, water clean, plentiful beaver, plentiful buffalo. No taxes. And then he said, only a white man would think that he could improve a system like that. Their culture wasn't simple. Their culture wasn't primitive. It was technologically primitive, but at the same time, why did the Romans... and yes, I know, some of you are going to be like, the Romans didn't invent the wheel. Fine, I'm not going to say the Romans didn't invent the wheel, but why did the Romans mainstream the wheel? Why did they make roads? Because they were constantly marching a fucking army everywhere. Roman emperors that served for 25 years and only knew 2 years apiece. Well, you gotta fucking have wagons and wheels and chariots and roads if you're gonna be marching a fucking million-man army all the fuck across your empire. Oh shit, we gotta go to the north. Did I log in via Steam? No, I did not log in via Steam. Steam logins are down. Steam logins are down. They are waiting until they... Starry Studios and NetEase put out a notice on their website. They're waiting for the fix. I happen to be on loading bay. But yeah, people talk about how people talk about simplicity of culture. Native Americans didn't have a simple culture. They weren't busy conquering everywhere, bringing back every virus and germ and disease. They moved around and they had little tiny wars. They were brutal, but they weren't the type of wars where you're marching 1 million people and you're going to lose 400,000. It's not like you're going to march 3 million people, a 3 million man army, and you're going to lose 1 million and they're going to lose 1 million. So you're going to conscript 1 million, right? Yeah, you didn't have gunpowder. Native Americans didn't have gunpowder. Guess what? They didn't have gunpowder. So they didn't have horrific wars. So when you make a comment like that, that's one of those things. Like even today, the video that I'm going to put out, or the article I'm going to put out, it was a veteran who talked about, well, the Democrats are lying about medical service because under the Trump administration, they've reduced the wait times. Well, first of all, you've reduced the wait times from like 140 days to 130 days. So congratulations, you brought it down by a marked percentage. It's still way too many fucking days. But second of all, the comment wasn't about getting benefits. The comment was about getting services. Well, just because you sped up the paper pushing department doesn't mean you don't have 1 in 7 physician slots vacant at the VA. Like I told you guys, I'm in a regional network of hospital providers. If my hospital can't provide a service, they kick me out to all their other hospitals in their own provider network. And then we're partnered with like Barnes Jewish and their network. I have to wait until February to see the pulmonologist because we just don't have enough pulmonologists, and my concern, my results aren't so alarming. But in the meantime, what they've said is, since I have to wait another 6 months, hey Wolf, since I have to wait another 6 months, what they're going to do is they're going to send me to some other doctors so that those other doctors can do their elimination diagnosis. And if none of the other doctors find anything, then they may end up upscaling my priority to see the pulmonologist. Well, that's great. That's awesome. If a VA member needs to see a pulmonologist, they're in the same boat. Except when a VA person needs to see a specialist and they can't see one in 28 days, they get to go on the local economy. Except now you're filling up the local economy. If you want to have a fucking 10-second soundbite conversation, then sure, the VA is improving under the Trump administration. But if you want to have 10 more words and 10 more after that, your improvements are great, but they're on the paper pusher side of the house. And it's like the example I gave the guy, because the guy that was making the point was a Marine. No, I'm pretty sure you have that backwards, because I have the notes. I just wrote the article this morning. Mental health and PCM is 20, specialist is 28. I gotta check. Yeah, it's 20 for PCM and 28 for specialist. Yeah. I'm just on. Normally, if it's a politics day, I can just alt tab. If it's a game day, I have to pick up the other keyboard. But the problem is that it's great to say that you passed this bill, but what you're doing now is, and this is the problem that people don't want to see. It's great that you passed a bill that said if you can't be seen by the VA within 20 days, mental health or PCM within 20 days, you can go on the local economy. But the problem is, that means you're saturating the local economy. And the local economy then starts to suffer. You're not fixing the problem, you're shifting the problem around. It's like you ever met one of those people, or you ever met a hoarder? You ever met a hoarder and you try to help them clean their house? I will never do that again. I will never, ever, ever do that again. Ever in my life will I help a hoarder. Because all they want to do is move shit around. They don't want to throw anything out. They've got a psychological addiction to their stuff. They don't want to throw anything out. So you spend like an hour with them and they take everything out of the living room and they put it in the dining room. But then, like, now the living room's really clean, but the next time you come visit them, everything's been moved. Yeah, the only way to clean a hoarder's house is to do it when they're not there. Like, my grandparents were like this, and since the city was taking the house anyway, I said, fuck it. My grandfather had stacked in the corners newspapers and magazines from like before I was even born. Well, we tried for years to try to get him to get rid of that shit. He wouldn't. So when he went into the hospital and the city told us in 2 weeks' time they're taking possession of the property. I'm sorry, after he passed. And they said in 2 weeks' time, we take possession. So clear out any personal effects you want. We didn't help him clean it at all. Fucking took out shit that was meaningful. Left everything else. Fuck it. I ain't helping you. Yeah, you're talking about the mass hoarders that literally have a house that have a path through it. I can't live like that. I can't live like that at all. Like, if you saw my kitchen cookware collection, you might accuse me of being a hoarder. I have like 9 different pans, but I use them all. I different pans for different things. But it's like a hoarder is the type of person that they have, when you finally get done cleaning their house, they have like, 9. I've got a ceramic and a ceramic sauteing. I've got a Teflon wok, a stainless steel. No, I don't. Shit, dude. I know what your point is. I have an electric range, so all the other things that I would have if I had a gas range, there's no point in me having. If I could get a gas range, I'd fucking love it. There's no point in having a lot of the other, like I have a stainless steel frying pan. I have one big one, but the little ones I can't get them hot enough to do what I need. So I use a stoneware one because I can get that hot enough. No. That's not pots. That's just frying pans and the wok. I have 9 frying pans in the wok. Oh shit, pots, dude. Pots, fucking dishes, dish for making shepherd's pie, dish for making casseroles. Oh, fuck, I got cabinets of that shit, but I use it all. That's not hoarding. Hoarding is what my wife does. When my wife goes out and buys new forks, because we can't find them. Because they're in a drawer somewhere. So that's why the fuck do we need new spoons again? Oh no. Hey, found 3 spoons. Yeah, your big cast iron. I love my cast iron. I love my cast iron skillet. But to be honest, Since again, I don't have gas. Yeah, if she hears me, she'll say fuck you. That's how it is. I would love to use my cast iron again, but since I have an electric range, it just doesn't get it hot enough. It doesn't get it hot enough. So I end up using the stainless steel and then getting the oil in the stainless steel nice and hot to do my sear, and then I do my edging. I gotta turn the pan and do the edging on the margin. That's another thing, by the way. That's another thing. All these places, all these municipalities that are now saying that you can't have a gas cooktop. We're fighting the wrong fights, folks. We're fighting the wrong fights. My state just had that. My state was going to try to put a tracker in your car so that you had to pay the actual mileage. Well, when they got asked, so if we put this tracker in our car and we have to pay the mileage, then are you going to get rid of us having the second highest gas tax in the country? And they were like, no, this is above and beyond. Fuck off. Fuck right off. Ain't got time for that. By the way, I did that video on Final Fantasy. Mine is induction. Oh, you have an induction so it gets ripping hot. That's nice. That's nice. I did that video on Final Fantasy. I was actually pleased that I only had one troll on that video. The only person that says, is this bait? Why? What the fuck has gone on in the world? I mean this as a serious question. What the fuck has gone on in the world where every single time you say something that people don't agree with or like, why does everybody call everything bait? Is this bait? No. This is how I really feel. I know that might be crazy to you, but I really feel that Dawn Trail was a piece of shit expansion pack. I'm sorry if Dawn Trail is your jam, but if you're defending a shitty game, there's a problem. Because there's a crap ton of bots that actively do bait reactions. Oh, is that what it is? See, in order for people to understand me, I have to be honest. My autism prevents me from understanding trolling. I don't get trolling. I don't understand it. So when people are trying to troll me, I'm like, I don't get you. You're either this fucking dumb or you like trolling to me is Gunnery Sergeant Hartman from Full Metal Jacket. What is your major malfunction, numbnuts? Did your mommy not hug you enough? People get a dopamine hit from getting others to overreact. Man, those have got to be chronic masturbators. That's the only thing I can correlate. Like, they've masturbated so much that they fried their frontal cortex and they can no longer get like any relief from jerking off. So they have to do this activity instead. That's the only like rationale I can come up with. Dawn Trail was shit. First 50 to 75% of the final act, a passing 7. Dude, you're being too nice and stop it. You're not being legitimate. Dawn Trail, if Dawn Trail was a passing 7, okay? If Dawn Trail was a passing 7, then Bless Online was a 5. But if you're honest about it and you say Dawn Trail was really a 5, well then we can be authentic and we can say, well, Dawn Trail was a 5, which Bless Online was a 3. If we're afraid to hurt people's feelings. Like, and this is why Ashes of Creation is going to fucking fail. Ashes of Creation is going to fail right on its face. For no other reason than, even though Steven has made the statement that he's told, oh, the final act. Okay. The final act got better. Good to know. So you're saying 4 or 5 overall, then okay. Why would masturbation fuck with your head? Because the people that masturbate 4 or 5 or 6 times a day, every day, pretty soon they're doing it as an addiction. They're doing it not to feel bad instead of to feel good. There's tons of research on it. You actually get like masturbation burnout. Like you no longer get any joy from it because you do it all the time. But you have to do it. How is that even possible? Like everything else. You get so much serotonin, oxytocin, dopamine, adrenaline hits that in order, for example, because I don't really want to have a conversation about masturbation, I'll have a conversation about the runner's high. There's a reason why when you're a runner, you have to be really careful about being addicted to the runner's high. Because as your tolerance goes up, you don't start to get the high until more and more mileage. So for me, when it got to the point where I was running 10 miles daily, that was a problem. And you're going to say, but how is running 10 miles a day a problem? Because I was running 10 miles and I wasn't getting that runner's high where I felt good. I'm running, right, 2.5 hours a day or 2 hours a day, whatever the total interval time was. And I'm not getting the chemical reward from it. I don't feel good, right? I don't feel good. So then what happens is you're going to start taking it to a level that is dangerous. And I did that once. I had my phone, I was out on my run. I called my wife and I was like, hey, I need you to come pick me up. And she's like, why? I said, because I decided I was going to run until I felt the high and then I was going to run home. And I've gotten so far from the house and I don't have the runner's high yet. I'm not going to be able to get back. So I need you to come get me. And then after that, what I did was I switched to lifting for a bit to work other muscles and to bring my tolerance down. You can get your brain, remember, to not oversimplify it, your brain is a giant biochemical sack. It's like why I'm on prescription for medical marijuana, but I have the reminder notices to go off of it for 30 days, 4 times a year. And then I switch to hydroxyzine for sleep. Because if you do marijuana every single day, the amount you need to consume to get to the same therapeutic level goes up and up and up. Well, at some point, it's better to go to an alternative. So if Salty Bread is saying people are getting a dopamine hit for causing people to overreact, the only thing I can think of then, and again, I have a weird view of the world, is that they have no other way to get dopamine. They're getting their rocks off, proverbially, by things because they no longer feel good about themselves. It's like there's a difference between being conceited and being arrogant. Conceited is you think you're better than everybody else. Arrogant is you just think you're really, really good. It's one of those, if you have to tear other people down, you weren't exactly standing on solid ground to begin with. That's why I don't understand why people are so fucking hateful. Like, everybody has become fucking hateful. Like, you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. Now, if I have an opinion on something you're doing, I'm going to share it because I'm entitled to have an opinion. Which, to loop back around for a second, Steven Sharif, I thought for a while he was a good leader. And then what I've come to realize is he's not a good leader, he's a good salesman. And knowing his background, that fits. He's not a good leader. He's a really, really good salesman. He convinced an awful lot of people that his team was going to be able to do something, and they're not. They're simply not. And it's so pointless to bring anything up to them because they are dealing with absolutes. If you don't like something and you tell them, their response is wait and see. Well, as we've said many times, if you bring me a cheeseburger, but it smells like shit, and I'm like, hey, what's this? And you're like, oh, it's a shit burger. Well, I'm not going to eat that. Well, you should try it. No, thanks. What did Samuel Jackson say in Pulp Fiction? rat might taste like pumpkin pie, but I'll never know because I won't eat the dirty motherfucker. I'm not going to eat rat. Now, if I'm Sylvester Stallone in Demolition Man and I've been frozen for 40 years and I trade a Rolex for a cheeseburger and you say, I'm eating rat, and it's the best burger I've had in 40 years. Yeah, because it's the only fucking burger you've had in 40 years. See what I'm saying? Not everyone is entitled to having an opinion. My belief is that everyone who is able to articulate reasons for their opinion is entitled for their opinion. If we're going to start putting qualifiers on people's opinions, I'll agree with you, but I'll go one step further. First of all, we have to accept that everyone's entitled to an opinion, but we don't have to respect everybody's opinion. We just have to listen to them articulate or fumble fuck around with it. That's where we've gone sideways as well. We don't have to respect every position. We don't have to respect every perspective. We just have to respect the right of people to have it. But I agree with you that it would be nice if we could put qualifiers on people's opinions. And I don't think it's just enough for you to articulate your position. I think you should be able to do at least part of the advocacy for supporting it. I would support it because of these features, but I don't support it because of all these problems. And I can do that with Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail wasn't a broken expansion, although Dawn Trail introduced more bugs into Final Fantasy XIV than any other expansion. Part of the problem is that not the expansion itself, but a large component of Creative Business Suite 3 was pulled to work on Final Fantasy XVI, which is a problem in and of itself. When you're pulling people off projects to work on other projects, you build in points of failure. But with that said, Dawn Trail was a very much more of the same ho-hum. It wasn't bad, it just wasn't good, and it didn't go to new places. And the other problem was Dawn Trail followed up the conclusion of an 8-year story. Now, not the game mechanics, but the story. In my opinion, when you put Final Fantasy XIV and WoW head to head, and you're only talking about continuity of storytelling, Final Fantasy XIV blows the shit out of WoW, blows WoW out of the water for continuity of storytelling. While I don't like the art style, that's great. Then we'll put the art style in the art style that you like, and then it wins. The problem is people start comparing. Yeah, you get a dopamine hit when Jalon shuts down a guy who tries to stump a chump. Well, it's good. And then one day you too will be hitting trolls with a bat. But if you were to say to me, WoW is a great MMO, I would say, well, based on what I've seen about this single button play style, I'm adamantly against that, because another game had a single button or 2-button play style, and it was Rift, and I think that killed it. I played a Chloromancer in Rift, and I literally had 2 buttons on my bar because it was the only 2 buttons I needed. Put this ability on me, put this ability on the tank. Well, it was on 1 button, it was put this ability on the tank. If I've done that recently, do the next step. One of my macros was 4 steps, one of my macros was 6 steps, and I literally got no enjoyment out of the game because that was really all I had to do. Make sure my buff is on myself, make sure my buff is on the tank, and then just damage with, wow, is this spell ready? Yes, use it. Is this spell ready? No, then use the next one down the list. That turned into shit. In this game, are the mutations out now? Are they actually out, or are they coming out? So it looks like the promo mutations, it looks like the mutations are still in. Rail, if you're still here, he may not be. No, he's not here. Oh, they removed one type of mutation. Okay. then that makes sense. A couple of the and just so you know, some of the mutations that are going to come out or change aren't directly attributed to me, but I will say I've put in feedback about some of them because there were, unless the boss is affected by this, a continuous damage ability, but I have no way to do that because you can't use EX1. EX1, when it has unless the boss is under a continuous damage debuff, well, how do I do that? Because I can't throw consumables. I can't throw a Molotov at that boss. So now you're forcing me to play you're forcing me to play weapons instead of making it an option. So Bullseye's continuous debuff, Vortex's damage, Burn is damage, and that's it. So that's a really bad boss to have that mutation on, because unless you're using one of two weapons, you can't ever apply continuous damage. So that wasn't so much make it easy, but it make it playable. Rift is the game that made you realize you didn't have it in you to be a hardcore raider anymore. Can I just say this, and don't take offense? Hardcore raiding hasn't been fun since Final Fantasy XI. It was never fun in WoW. You sent it to me? Cool, thanks. Hardcore raiding was never fun in WoW because, I'll take that back. You can't log in through Steam. Yeah, Pro Noob, you can't log in through Steam. Steam is currently broken. They have a, get toughened, okay. They have a emergency ticket an urgent ticket in with Steam, and you're just kind of stuck right now. You're just kind of stuck. Sorry, I wish I had a better answer. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. I didn't break it. I'd be the first to admit if I did. But yeah, they have to get the authentication fixed. I don't know how long it's going to be. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. I am going to be making a Gale and Daisy comedy skit about it later today when the show is over. So I think learning the 14 fight dances is enjoyable. I agree with you, Wolfagar, and I miss learning WoW, but then everybody wanted you to run deadly boss mods. No problem. I'm glad you got the information you needed. I miss learning fights, but here's the problem. Yeah, deadly boss mods. And then what was the one for mages? I forgot what it was called. Maybe it was deadly boss mod. It would literally tell you, this spell is up, use it instead. This spell is... No, fuck off. I know what my rotation is. Fuck right off. It was like a story about WoW. Everybody always yelled at me because I hated playing Arcane Mage. I thought playing Arcane Mage was about as enjoyable as dragging my dick through gravel. Okay? It wasn't enjoyable. So, I liked Frost Mage. Well, one day, the raid group I was in was like, you need to play Arcane Mage because it's more damage. I was like, yeah, and I'll step out and switch on our break, but we're doing the sewers. So, for the second room, the room after Patchwork, it works a lot faster when we have a Frost Mage. They're like, no, you're damaged. I said, look, motherfucker, I Frost Nova on one side of the room and my elemental is on manual and I manually trigger its Frost Nova on the other side of the room. And then we never have to worry about the fucking skeletons running to the front of the room. Look how much cleaner and neater this is. And then they agreed with me. So I played Frost Mage. Whatever, we did Spider Quadrant in Sewer Quadrant. Then we would take our break and I would respec. And I was married, and my wife would run in whatever running around she had to do. Or it was at that point we had split on, our guild was big enough we had 2 raid nights. So she would know where I was at because she was also a raider. She was a demonologist. So she would bring me like a sandwich so that, and she knew how to run my character to the trainer to respec. So I would get up, take a piss. She'd bring me a sandwich and a Coke. So I had my break, and then I was at the, she's like, well, you're at the trainer. I don't know what your spec is, but you're there. Well, how bullshit is that? Now, WoW does, hold on, I don't want to speak out of turn. To the best of my knowledge, WoW really doesn't have builds anymore. To the best of my knowledge. WoW, you have 5 choices of specialization. That's it. That was the flat one. They reverted that? Okay. What do you have in WoW now? Do you have skill trees? Because I will be the first to admit, I'll tell you the last time I played WoW was about 4 or 5 years ago. And I absolutely hated it because I love being Forsaken, and they fucked with the starting Forsaken line. And then I got to Chromie's blonde ass, and I couldn't follow it. So, do you have skill trees again, or do you just have one flat build, get fucked, this is what you get? But anyway, most specs have at least 2 viable routes in the skill tree. Okay, so that's good. What I'm going to say is I'm going to say that's good, right? And just to give you a bullshit, like, a bullshit view on this, like, if I was going to make a necromancer, or I won't say necromancer. I'm going to say if I was going to make, I don't know what the name is. I'm going to call it an evil mage. Right? I'm going to call it an evil mage. So I would have 3 routes, right? I would have curses, I would have demonology, and I would have necromancy, right? Now, obviously, this is a pet class. This is a dot class. A dot in debuff class. And then this is a pet class, right? That's how I would do it. Because I don't think, I don't believe in this idea, right? And this is maybe because of my time as a storyteller. And for those of you that aren't familiar with, Vampire the Masquerade, I apologize. You'll just have to stick with me. In Vampire the Masquerade, all of the vampire clans have 3 innate disciplines that they can learn. They don't need a teacher for. It's the power of their blood. Well, the LARP game and the tabletop game. So when you have the vampire clans, there's a reason why the Gangrel and the Brujah are known as the warriors of the Camarilla. Because the Brujah have potence, which makes them hit as hard as a truck, and celerity, which makes them really, really fast, and they get extra attacks per turn. And then you have the Gangrel. The Gangrel have fortitude, which means you have to keep killing them to kill them. But they also have, at 2nd level, the ability to pop claws. And when they pop claws, they're the only clan physically that can deal aggravated damage. Now, mentally, the wizards, they can do aggravated damage, but that's not physical damage, so it takes us out of our talking point. There is a reason why when you have a tabletop setting or a LARP setting, people are inherently afraid at LARPs of the Gangrel and the Brujah. There's also a reason why the Brujah are like, yeah, the Gangrel and I are, we're the badasses. And when the Gangrel looks at you, says, no, I'm Billy Badass. You're Badass Junior. And the Brujah's like, yes, sir. Because at the end of the day, I can hit you with lethal damage and you're going to laugh at me because your fortitude soaks it. And every time you hit me, I take aggravated damage and I can't heal it. Not everybody has to be created equal. Everybody has to be created so they're equally valuable, but not everybody has to be created so that they're equal in every single situation. And that's where we've lost the fucking narrative in gaming, right? We've lost this in gaming. Well, I don't want to play the tank because if I play the tank, then I can't solo farm. Okay. That's bad fucking game design, kit and caboodle. That's bad game design all the way around. Well, you should have to party to level. That's an opinion. It's not wrong. It's an opinion. It's not an opinion shared by mass gamers. Just because it's not shared by mass gamers doesn't make it wrong, but at the end of the day, it is still just an opinion. If you want to grind, if you want to have grinding in your game, then grinding in your game can be a thing. But what is the pro to grinding? What is the con to grinding? I just want to go out with my group of friends and be able to bullshit for 2 hours while we laugh and smoke and joke on TeamSpeak grinding. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to make grinding, team grinding, the fastest way to earn XP. We're going to make it the second to last fastest way to earn gold. And we're going to make it dead last in horizontal progression because you're not completing quests, you're not getting standing, you're not getting guild currency, you're not getting alliance currency, you're not getting training tokens, you're not getting any of those things. You're not getting any of those things. So, the moment you say that, it sounds like a really great idea. Until the group is like, well, no, I don't want to do that either. I want my way to play to be the most effective. Well, that's how we ended up in this shit situation to begin with. Like, you have, in this game right here, I'm using a sniper rifle. I can hit out to those trees. There are people with pistols that have the same range as my sniper rifle that do the same damage as my sniper rifle. Because they did it that way in the name of balancing and fun. Hold on. You have a rate of fire 3 times my rate of fire. That's your advantage. Because you have to wait till the enemies get close. You have a rate of fire 3 times. Your damage, I don't want to say DPS, but I want to say damage per fixed time interval is the same as mine. Situationally. Now, some people are going to say, yeah, but with a sniper rifle, you never have a minimum damage distance. You're right, because I fucking shouldn't. Just like in games that try to balance archers. And Intrepid talked about doing this. I don't know if they did. I don't give a shit if they did. I'll check it out when and if their game ever actually enters Phase 3. They said they were going to do the same mistake that Arcage had, and that inside of 7 meters, archers would take a damage penalty. Why? Are you telling me that the arrow that comes off the end of the bow or the crossbow does less damage because you're within 7 meters of me? It's a stupid fucking gamification. It's a dumb gamification, especially when you consider melee is going to be on top of the archer. Why the fuck is the archer doing less damage at point blank range? Do you have any idea what sort of balancing nightmare you've just created for yourself? It's like literally one of those, well, let's just wait to see how it plays out. No, we don't have to, because we've already seen how it plays out in another game, and it plays out like bullshit. Well, we want to make sure that everything is fair and balanced. Okay, well, if you want to make sure that everything is fair and balanced, start with this idea. Not everything needs to be equal. It needs to be fair and balanced. because you're saying all the right words, you just don't know what they mean. In this game, we have a fucking crossbow, unless they've patched it, because I've been away for a minute. We have a crossbow that has the highest damage output. It has all of the benefits of a crossbow. It has all the benefits of an AoE weapon. It has... you can tweak your stats so that you have 2 arrows. Yeah, Memento. All the damage of the bingo twice as fast and a nearly infinite 5-round cylinder. Right. Yes. Point blank range 2 meters. Yeah, absolutely. 7 meters. No, that's more than enough time for the arrow to have reached velocity. In fact, at close range, the arrow is going to tear through you because it hasn't lost. Now, yes, of course, there are discussion points. Are we talking about a short bow or a long bow? Are we talking about... And there's a lot of discussions, right? But at the same time, you have fucking... It's supposed to be a game. It's supposed to be fun, right? But when you make everything equal, then what you've done is you've made it boring. Then why bother? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be flippant, but why bother? Why not have 3 guns, make them all do... Why not have 3 guns, have them all be the same, and have them all have no basis in reality? Yeah, the crossbow still works. It makes really quick work of the balloon guys on the Nightmare Silos. Absolutely. Absolutely. But the crossbow, if you're built right, the crossbow is just a ridiculous amount of damage fully across the board. The crossbow is literally it's not a Swiss Army knife. It's a skeleton key. What's your problem? Doesn't matter. Use the crossbow. It was like in Arcade. You like playing melee? Yeah, use a Dark Runner. But I don't use a Dark Runner. If you like melee, use a Dark Runner. But what does it excel at? Absolutely everything. Final Fantasy used to be like that. Final Fantasy 14 was like that, and I really liked it. What I liked about it was, I want to be a white mage versus I want to be a scholar. Okay, there was value there. You're in a melee heavy party, so you want a scholar because Celine used to buff attack speed. Well, that was great, because then if you had a party with 1 white mage and 1 scholar, you each had things that you could do. Now in Final Fantasy 14, it doesn't matter which flavor of healer you are. You're all doing exactly the same thing. You all have shields. You all have hots. It's bullshit. Well, we wanted to make sure things stayed fun. No, what you wanted to do was you wanted to stop listening to people complain. I want a game company that decides to make a game, and if you don't like it, I would love to see a game company say, like, what Steven's famous line was, our game won't be for everybody, and that's okay. But I would love for a game company to actually tell us who the game is for, and then we're not making any changes. Yeah, we understand that you don't like the play style, but you haven't, to go back to what Faye said, you've given us an opinion on what we've built, but all you've given us is a list of complaints. If you don't tell us what the strengths are, what can we do to help you? It's just like I've always said. People will go to the forums and they'll bitch about a class. And they'll say, this class is too strong. Okay, what do you suggest? Oh, I don't know. I just want it to be weaker. Well, what you're not really saying is you want my healer class to be weaker. What you're really saying is you want to be able to beat me in PvP. But you have no earthly idea how. Which is fine. Which is why I've said over the years, you should never... First of all, if you have 8 classes in your game, you should never be making changes to more than 2 of those classes in any balancing patch. Ideally 1, but never more than 2. Should never be touching more than a quarter of your classes at one time. Because then, and if you guys have played MMOs for 20 years like I have, they never actually fix the problem. They just move the problem. Okay, cool. Get the pet taken care of. Or yourself. I don't know if you're going for the pet or your ball sack. Either way. But I want a game where the classes actually matter. I fully accept that I'm gonna die before this happens. Because I'm too fucking old. There's not enough time left for a game company to build a game that's actually gonna be good. Maybe the Riot MMO. Maybe whatever Microsoft is building. Maybe. But I want classes to matter again. I loved the idea of Star Wars The Old Republic, right? Depending on what your life skill, and I'll call it life skill or artisan, depending on what your life skill was, you could make dungeons shorter or go down different routes. That's great. That's how it should be. That's absolutely how it should be. Hey, this archaeologist guy knows how to open this door. Oh shit, you mean we can skip that piece of shit mob that's a pain in the ass? Just like, ready? Then you can just have them skip a boss entirely but still get the loot. Or you can give them an alternative boss. Because then what does that do? Oh, it gives that person motivation to go through all the ass pain to level up archaeologist. But then people would cry and they'd complain. They would cry and they would complain, and what they would say is, well, it's not fair. And that's where I'd love to see a game company. I would love to see a game company turn around and say, got it. You don't like it. Cool. What, are you going to change it? Fuck no. Look at ArcAge Chronicles. ArcAge Chronicles, and I'm sorry, I've said several times I'm working on the video, and I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm just having a really great campaign in CK3 right now. And I was sick, and then I got, right when I was about to do the video, then the new creative director of ArcAge Chronicles put out a thing, so I'm getting there. They completely rolled back the building. What do you mean they completely rolled back the building? Please tell me, please. Oh yeah, my crazy ass CK3 map. Yeah, I started a CK3 game with Shattered Worlds. The structural strength, they got rid of all of that shit. Are you serious? I'm so happy if they did. They did. They did. That's great, because it didn't fucking work anyway. So what we're talking about is, up until this patch, all these buildings had structural strength, but they made absolute, like, it was a really bad system, right? Because the things that should work to give structural strength, right, didn't. Like, this right here would give structural strength to this, but this would give absolutely, and yes, there's an argument to be made. If it connected right here, it would give structural strength, but the way it is right now, if you notice, this is questionable whether or not it would be held up. There is zero reason why this shit is, that shouldn't be there. There is no way this 3-pack right here is being supported by this build. Zero way. Now, is it a game? Yes. Gamification? Absolutely. But don't introduce a structural integrity mechanic that you're not going to abide by. Right? Just don't. Because then then what you've introduced is a shitty mechanic. And gamers don't want that. We don't, well, some of them do, because some gamers suck off the devs no matter what they do. But gamers want good quality. Also, have you ever noticed that a game company... Yeah, we can clear out the sports now. I'm going to leave mine there just because I'll mentally note this if we have to move servers. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to check. Thank you for saying that. It sparked the check. My daughter's all mad. My daughter's first day of school was today. My daughter was really happy. I think I said this on the show. All the other parents. Oh, look at that. None of these worlds are merging again. This is cool. Sure, what's up? So that server's good. Who was that? That was check-in time. Let's check the other permanent server. But all my daughter's friends, their parents, have all pulled their kids out of the honors program because the honors program was a fucking waste. So now they all have identical schedules. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. It doesn't look like there's a bunch of rampant merging. So that's good. That makes me happy. Check it again. Well, that would be already tagged for the week. I'll check it again next week. Although I think we merge next week. Also, I do have to say, the number of... I gotta say this, and Twitch can get as pissed at me as they want. There is literally a guy who does 95% of Twitch's moderation for them. Because he's the creator of SiriBot. Twitch is killing me with their idea that they want you to stream, except they don't want to help you make money. I do this for fun. Well, I do this to fund I do this to fund PGN Music. Effectively, I do this to fund PGN Music. And I fund PGN Music because got to do something in life, right? But where everybody says go over to the other streaming platform, go over to the other streaming platform. The other streaming platform the other streaming platform has basically gotten all their people to come over there with the idea that you're going to be able to rise to the top and make this $28.50 an hour. If Twitch really the fuck wanted, again, what did I say? $15 million a year, Twitch could pay 200 mid-level streamers. It's effectively like $75,000 a year. Those people would never leave Twitch then. You would get those people so ingrained onto your platform, they would never leave. 7 days, 21 hours. So for a $15 million a year investment, you could have your, 400,000 programming hours? Is that what I came up with? Yeah, 416,000 programming hours. That's a lot of fucking programming hours. And you're still gonna you're never gonna keep Ninja, Shroud, Tim the Tatman, Summit. You're never gonna keep those big names on a platform because $75,000 is not big money to them. But the middle people who are hustling, working a regular job, and streaming, they're definitely going to take you up on 75,000. And then but it's got to be more than here's a paycheck. What it's got to be is here's a paycheck and a bunch of support. And what do you need? That's where Twitch is ultimately losing their people. That's why Twitch isn't getting that's why Twitch isn't getting a ton of love back from their community. Especially when Dan Clancy came out. Like, there are certain things that you just don't say. And one of the things that you just don't say is, you don't come out and say, oh, we make our money by taking a cut of the money that people donate to their favorite streamer. Like, yeah, we all know that. Don't fucking say that. Don't make that the narrative. Don't make that the talking point. Like, how do people make money on Kick? They get paid by Kick. How does Kick make its money? It's paid for by online gambling. So a straight A high schooler wrote this unsent email as a joke about shooting up the school because he got a bad grade. The school saw it and suspended him. Now the parents are suing the school over it. If one of your kids did that, what would you have done? I would have put my kid in counseling, and I would have put myself in counseling right next to my kid to figure out where the fuck I fucked up as a parent and where I failed my kid. First of all, there is a time and a place for humor, even dark humor, right? There is a time and a place for humor, even dark humor. As I've said on the show, I've gotten officially warned while I was in the military, walking into our 4th suicide briefing in 2 months, saying if I have to sit through one more suicide prevention briefing, I'm just going to kill myself. Because that's how I feel about suicide prevention briefings. But I understand that it was said in bad taste. We live in a world where school shootings happen. That is a joke in bad taste. Should the kid be suspended? Yes. Because behind every "I'm just kidding" is a little bit of truth. And that's another thing that people don't want to realize. Behind every "I'm just kidding" is a little bit of truth. So the school did exactly what the school should do. Because the kid's gonna say, oh, it's a joke. Guess what? It's not funny. The parents are suing the school. I don't know what for. Because number one, there is no such thing as a joke. There's a threat. Now, if, and I don't know all the details of your scenario, could there be some humor? Yeah, but there would have to be a lot of extenuating circumstances to turn what that kid did. Because I'm going to remind you, what people forget all the time is that there is humor, and then there is a credible threat. Situationally, if, say for example, the school was having a water gun fight, then maybe, just maybe, there is a widget where that kid could turn around and say, I was making a joke. The kid makes a threat, and then he's got a super soaker on the bottom of, I'm gonna come to the school, I'm gonna shoot that place up on Friday at 11 o'clock. And Friday at 11 o'clock is the squirt gun fight, and then the kid posts himself with a super soaker. Okay, that's probably, it's one of those things where if you have to explain the joke, it's probably not a funny joke. So that's probably a little bit too many things. But as far as the parents suing the school, does bullshit. I think we have to remember that there is the school and the school's purview, and there is the parents and the parents' purview. And if your kid gets suspended and your first initial reaction is to sue the school, what the fuck lesson are you teaching the kid? Now, I'll give you, I will give you a sort of related one. My daughter went to school once, and you could see her bra straps. I walked into the school, I had brought my daughter a shirt, and I walked into the school, and I threw the t-shirt at her. I said, go change. Because I told you not to wear that shirt to school, you did it anyway, and now I gotta get back to the base because I have a meeting. But the principal was trying to make it into like a much bigger deal. So what I said to the principal was, let's step out into the, because classes were about to change. I said, let's step out into the hallway. So as we step out into the hallway, I see girls that are wearing almost the exact same, if not the exact same shirt from Abercrombie that my daughter's wearing. And the principal isn't out there grabbing them all in. And so I said, well, first of all, here's your first big problem. There's a bunch of girls wearing spaghetti strap shirts, and you're not doing anything about that. Second of all, you got boys, and I can see their whole ass hanging out of the back of their pants. So what's the deal? And my daughter, I think, was in 7th grade at the time. The principal said, well, the big thing is that your daughter is more developed than some of her classmates, and your daughter's bra is more distracting. And I said, so my daughter's bra is distracting, why? They said, because it's sexual in nature. Okay. I can't disagree with you there, because we've turned women's lingerie into a multi-billion-dollar business. I got you. I looked at the principal and I said, then I just want us to be absolutely clear. I want us to be absolutely clear. If any boy snaps my daughter's bra strap, you better already have the police up here filing sexual assault charges. Because if you want me to police a status at my home, you want me to spend extra money because now my kid needs school clothes and home clothes, I will abide by your rules because this is your house. However, you need to know where I stand on the rest of the issue. Well, sure as shit, a couple of months go by. My daughter calls me from the nurse's office hysterical. A boy had snapped her bra strap so hard, he actually tore her bra. So I left work, went home, grabbed my daughter a new bra, went up to the school, walked in, handed my daughter the bra in a bag. I said, take the other one off, I need it, it's evidence. And the nurse immediately was like, well, I'll get rid of it for you. I said, nope, because the police officer that's no doubt already been called is going to need it because it's evidence. The nurse was like, I don't think the police have been called. So I went into the principal's office and I just walked in. They were in a meeting and I didn't give a shit. And so, thank you. I walked in and I said, where are the police? The principal was like, what do you mean? I said, well, what I fucking warned you about months ago. A boy has sexually assaulted my daughter. Well, we're meeting with that issue right now. I said, why are you meeting with it? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. The only people you need to be meeting with are the police. Well, I think that's, you know what? I'm just going to make this real quick. I stepped out. I got on my phone. I called the police and I said, I need a police officer over at the middle school for a sexual assault charge. And you probably want to bring a couple of units because you're going to be arresting some administrators. Well, the principal heard me say this. And the principal was like, excuse me? I said, oh no, you're complicit after the fact. You're an accomplice after the fact. So you're going to jail today. Because I had already laid out for you my expectation. I've already told you. I've showed you the playbook. I told you exactly what the motherfuck would happen if you were going to try to selectively enforce a stupid ass rule. The principal walked in, got on the phone with the police and the school liaison officer so that the principal could file the report with the school liaison officer before the street cops got there, because the principal knew at that point. The principal fucking knew. The principal was bullseye, fucking dead to rights. The principal knew this. They were having a meeting. It came to find out they were having a meeting, not how to care for my daughter, not to call the police about the boy. They were having a meeting about how they were going to handle me when I got there. They just didn't think I would get there that fast. And when my daughter called me crying, that's one of those, my daughter called me crying. I know where my daughter is. So I'm already in the car on the way. That's like where I say to people, if you have kids, they should have Life 360 on their phone. Life 360 wasn't a thing back then. Your kids should have Life 360 on their phone. That way, if they're in an emergency, they load Life 360. They hit that button in Life 360 that says, I have an emergency. Now, you better not fucking hit that button without calling me unless it's a no shit emergency. Don't wait 10 minutes telling me about a story that you ultimately need me to be there. It's like great scene in Olympus Has Fallen. The general has no idea what the fuck is going on. The scene with the general, he's at the Pentagon, he walks in, the only thing he knows is there's an incident at the White House. First thing he says, rapid response team out of Andrews, get them moving. I may not need them, but I want them moving right now. I want them on the way. If I need to call them off, fine. My kid hits the emergency button, I'm on the way. I'm on the way, locked and loaded, because you hit the emergency button. And that 10 minutes that you're crying hysterical with your mom, where I know snot's running out of your nose and it's getting in your hair and I can't understand 2 fucking words coming out of you, I don't want to be standing in my fucking, my foyer waiting to find a location. Hit the fucking button. Now, my Life 360, give me directions to that emergency. 10 minutes later, I'm 10 minutes away, instead of 10 minutes later, still being 20 minutes away. Like, I don't know if you've seen the TikTok that runs around occasionally where it's like why would you call your dad before you call the police? My dad's going to average 110 miles an hour getting here, and he's going to beat the police. So yeah, the story that you told, that's bullshit. Kid makes a threat against the school. Kid should get now. Expulsion? No. Suspension? Yes. Academic probation? Yes. Social probation? Yes. A lot of detention? Yes. Making the kid write an apology, and I mean this. I absolutely mean this. Making the kid write an apology, and then having a school-wide assembly where the kid has to read the apology, and basically now what you're doing is you're nipping all other future threats right in the bud, because you're done. Yeah, but the problem with that is, you see, that's what I wanted to do. That's what every father wants to do. You hurt my little girl, I'm going to bury you. But at that point, what does it do? It puts me in jail, because remember, as an adult, you can never touch somebody else's minor. Threatening them is assault. Touching them makes it battery. And if you're an adult and they're a minor, that can in some jurisdictions, that's the only threshold for elevating it to a felony. And then being a military member, there's an implied threat just by being a military member. A really good example of this, even though it's fiction, is in Con Air, where the guy's supposed to get like 4 years in jail, be out in 2. He ends up getting 8 because the judge says, you are a highly trained member of the armed forces. You are trained to respond with lethal force. Therefore, I cannot sentence you the way I would sentence other individuals. And it's absolutely correct. That is absolutely spot on. Yeah, as much as I'd want to grab a kid who hurt my kid and beat the fuck out of him, what good does that do? Now I'm in jail and I'm not able to provide for my family. And then ultimately, with as dumb as these fucking kids are now, the kid would think that he won. It's like, for example, the asshole kid who lived across the street. He comes home from college now, and he glares at me all the time. Because I knew who did it. I pressed charges against him. The kid went to jail. The kid went to fucking jail. And there was no discussion about if the kid's going to be allowed to go to the school, because the police showed up. I told the police what happened. The kid was arrested. The kid was transported. I immediately called the prosecuting attorney. I said, I need an emergency no contact order while the school unfucks themselves, because they don't know what they want to do. But this kid sure as shit isn't coming around my kid. And they're like, yeah, come over to the courthouse. And while I was driving there, they called the police department. They said, we don't need the report, but we need the incident number. I walked in and they were like, sign here, here, and here. I was like, yeah. And then went into court and went into a courtroom. They brought a judge in and the judge was like, what's this? And I was like, my daughter was assaulted. This is what happened. I'd already warned the school. And I don't want the school to have say on whether or not this shitbird kid is around my daughter while we're pending prosecution. I want there to be a no contact order. No, it wasn't the first time he did it. It was the first time that he ran into a fucking Papa Bear. Now, if my wife had gone up to the school, if we didn't have the little one at home and my wife had gone up to the school, my wife would have driven her car into the administrative offices when they fucked around with her, and then she would have run over the kid. Like, Mama Bear is gonna fuck people up, right? But no, see, and there's the problem we have is that an awful lot of people are really, really good in life at the fuck around part. A lot of people are really good at the fuck around part in life. They're not so good at they're not so good at the find out part. Like, I'll tell you, I didn't think my father would ever kill me, but I definitely understood the reality that my father would fuck my world up. I believe, and this is just my belief, you can have whatever belief you want with you and your kids. I think it's a really good idea if your kids have a healthy fear of you. I think that's a really good thing if your children have a healthy fear of you. Because nobody has a problem with your children have a healthy fear of the stove. You teach your kids what hot is. They have a healthy fear. Notice, just during the stream, what happened? Depends on which part you're talking about. If you're talking about not being able to log in through Steam, I didn't break it. If you were talking about what's happening, it's an old story that we're at the back end of. Just sit back and relax, and I'll probably make you chuckle shortly. Yeah, if it was your dad, your kid would be dead with a shotgun. Right, exactly. But the problem is violence isn't always the answer. Violence is an answer depending on the question. Like, I got my daughter, she was kind of lost in a sea of friendships. She had a couple of girls come over one night. I didn't like them from the get-go. Then a boatload of boys showed up. Well, that's not going to happen. Oh, yeah, the admin if my daughter got assaulted, I went and dealt with it. If my wife had gone to deal with it, she would have just run over everybody. Well, this like pack of 8 boys show up on my doorstep. Now, I'm old school. I'm old school. When I have your kids, your rules still apply to your kids, but not their privileges. When your kid is at my house, your rules apply to your kid, but your kid doesn't get any privileges that the warden isn't extending right now. So this group of about 8 boys show up outside my door. I looked at my daughter and I said, you guys can go out for 5 minutes. And I went into the kitchen, made myself a hot chocolate. Takes about 5 minutes to make the hot chocolate, clean up everything. I went in, I opened up the front door. I said, all right, come on in. And the girls started walking, and the boys started walking. And I said, hold up, gentlemen. I don't have gentlemen in my, and I called them gentlemen. I said, I don't have gentlemen in my house when I have young ladies spending the night. And one of the girls that was spending the night was like, well, my mom thinks it's okay. And my response was, is this your mom's house? Well, you can't tell me what I can't do. Okay, you need to pack your shit and you need to call your parents and they need to come get you. And then the other girl's like, well, if she's leaving, I'm leaving. Great. Then you step into my house because I'm responsible for you. And all you gentlemen have a good evening. And then it was kind of like the Coach Carter thing. The guy's like, why do you keep calling us gentlemen? Dance. Do you want me to call you ladies? Get to going. And the one kid's like, you can't make us leave. You're right, I can't. But I can call 911 and I can say there's an 8-pack of fucking hooligans in the back end of this subdivision and they're gonna be here in like 2 minutes and you're all out past curfew. Now fuck off. Because you've pressed my polite button. So then the girl's like, she's like, my mom's gonna kill me. Well, that sounds like a fucking you problem. And then my daughter was like, Dad, you're embarrassing me. Tough shit. These are the friends you made. These are the consequences of your actions, and I will talk to you in a minute. So the mom is like, are you seriously expecting me to pick my kid up right now? You know what? Yes, I am. In fact, I'm expecting you to pick your kid up in the next 5 fucking minutes, or in 6 minutes, I just call the police and tell them you abandoned your kids at my fucking property. Come get your fucking problem. So the mom comes and I said, I don't know what your fucking problem is, but I don't want your kid around my kid, and your kid is in charge of your life, not you. Well, we were just happy she was spending the night at someone's house for a change. So me and my boyfriend, yeah, you don't know how to fucking parent. You can't keep a guy around. I don't need to have any more conversation with you. Everything you've said is abundantly clear. Go away. I looked at my daughter and I said, they are never to come around my house again. I can't control who you're friends with up at the park, up at the pool, up at the school. You're not spending the night at their house ever. And, well, they're never going to invite me to hang out because you embarrassed me. Fucking good. Good. I'm glad I did. Because those are shithead kids. What the fuck is going on in the world where there are boys, an 8-pack of boys expecting to show up and come into a sleepover where there's 4 girls? What the fuck is going on? What world are we living in? Because I don't know. And this is where I showed the clip on one of my politics shows. Can we please normalize not making excuses for other people's children? And can we also normalize not letting bad influence children be around and then not owning your responsibility for the people that you allow around your kid? Like, I know you're a bad influence. I can tell all the way around that you're a bad influence on my kid. So go away. It's not nothing new. It's not nothing new. Sneaking into sleepovers, nothing new. But you'll notice there's a difference between the mentality of sneaking into a sleepover and people just allowing it to happen. Normally, and keep in mind, my computer used to be on the first floor. And the girls would be down watching TV in the living room because that's where their TV was. But after they would retire to the sleepover part upstairs, then I went back down and I would be playing video games because my middle child ruined it for all the other ones. My middle child snuck out a lot. Well, she only did so when she had friends over. So when my daughter says, can I have a sleepover? Sure. then I'm going to be playing video games all night, which works for me because I'm a night person. See what I'm saying? It's called responsible fucking parenting. Like, some people would say, well, if they don't have the option to sneak out, you'll never know if they'd sneak out. No, eventually we'll get to a point where they have a sleepover and I don't stay up all night. We'll eventually get there. But we're testing the waters with new friends. Know what I'm saying? Like, but you have a and no offense to the millennials. I'm not offending you, millennials, because I was raised by the same people that raised you, or God forbid if you're a young millennial, then you were raised by my generation, and holy shit, I'm so sorry. You would have been better off being left out for a pack of rabid dogs. But we've got to take fucking ownership of stuff. Nobody wants to take ownership. Like, for example, today, Once Human, I love the fact that they put out an announcement right away. We've contacted Steam and we're waiting for their technical support team to get back to us. Sure, I get that. But why don't you have why don't you have an internal test build that you push to Steam? Why don't you have a live version of your internal test build, a developer build that goes out to Steam to make sure it works? Did the patch work? Yeah. Because then whose fault is it? And everybody wants to blame everybody else. Like, why are you late? Traffic. So you didn't plan for traffic? No. That doesn't sound very smart. Maybe you should have planned for traffic, because planning for traffic would mean you planned on getting here 15 minutes early. So you have an extra 15 minutes of play. Well, why would I want to get places 15 minutes early? So you're not late? I mean, no shit, real talk. One of the fastest contracts I ever signed was because the other team was late. And the individual that it was our creative department and another creative department. The other team was late. And the person came out and he was like, well, I see Jay here. I was like, hey, how's it going? He's like, do you have any idea where the other team is? I said, not a clue. And he looked at me and he's like, would you tell me if you did? I said, if I knew where they were, I would tell you, because you're the client. Whether or not you're my client on this job, you're the client. We are never going to have a relationship other than you're the client. So if I knew where they were and you asked me a question, I would tell you. I have no idea. Well, we went in and they said, we talked for about 30 minutes about the future of the project. And I was like, oh, this is a little weird that he's giving me all this information. He's just going to have to repeat himself. The other team showed up. They buzzed into his phone. He's like, no, you can tell them they lost the bid. They were late. We're already planning. I was like, oh shit, we're planning. I was like, this isn't just like golly gee whiz information. This is the This is the bid sheet. I was like, okay, maybe I better fucking dust off my brain and make sure I remember everything he said. Why do they need Steam tech support? That doesn't make sense. They have their own, but what the problem is Steam sign-on. Sometimes things break. It's not the first game that's had this happen, but again, I'm not a developer. I don't understand what could possibly change from one build to another build. But again, that is beyond my understanding. There's only a handful of people that I know that have games that have see, and this game is really, really weird. Okay, this game is totally bizarro, because if you have your loading bay account, which is what I'm on right now, which is why I can be in game, I have the standalone client account, which is a username and password. But the other accounts are Steam accounts. You can only log into them through Steam. You can't take a Steam account and put it on Loading Bay. You can't take a Loading Bay account, and put it on vice versa. So it's not like say ESO or Final Fantasy or EVE Online, where the Steam launches you to their launcher. Yeah, you can't bind them together. Now, like I said, for most of the major MMOs, you use your username and password that they provide you, and then you can use it either way. Now, I do take that back. Let me back up. I'm not 100% sure if that works with Final Fantasy. I know it works with ESO because I have it that way. Final Fantasy might be different because I know they sell a Steam version and they sell a PC version, and they're not compatible. And then EVE Online did that event once where if you signed in through Steam, you got all these rewards. And so people did that. They made Steam accounts. Like a quarter of the population made Steam accounts, logged in through Steam, played through Steam until they ran out of getting freebies, and then they uninstalled it on Steam and went absolutely right back to playing with the standalone client. I'm not quite sure why anybody would want to drive people through Steam, given that Steam takes 30% of your first 10 million, but there's got to be a reason. There's got to be some sort of reason. But again, I am Forrest Gump. When it comes to programming and shit, I am not a smart man. I'm not a smart man, but I know what good game is. But yeah, it looks like they might have fixed a couple of the problems they had with the permanent server. I gotta wait till this server merges to see if they've actually fixed it. And then I gotta fix my daughter's computer. I gotta take her out to dinner. We gotta finish the VA article I wrote. I got a lot of stuff to get done today. It's like, I find that I wake up at 3, 4 in the morning now to get shit done, and I still don't get any more shit done. Oh, that's what got in my way. No, I'm sitting here like, why the fuck didn't I get stuff done? I had to book all my dining reservations for my October trip, and that's the last trip I'm taking for a while. Honestly, the October trip ends my vacations till the following October trip. I don't think my family understands that. We bumped a vacation in ahead of schedule because that's what my daughter reminded me that I said I would take my wife to Disney for her 40th birthday. I feel like I got bamboozled. I feel like I was bamboozled because I feel that I had made the agreement to go to Disney in December as my wife's birthday present. I feel like that discussion happened. I feel that discussion happened. But it clearly didn't because I'm clearly wrong. Not that anybody would admit if I'm right. So I ended up going to Disney twice in 7 months. It's not that I mind, because with the heart attack, the heart issue, the lung issue, I might lose my feet. I find out about that in 11 days. If I lose my feet, I'm not gonna go to Disney again. That's gonna suck. If I'm losing my feet, I'm telling them they can't have them till after Halloween Horror Nights. Be like, well, your feet. Yeah, what's gonna happen? You might die. Okay, I'd still rather go to Halloween Horror Nights. Thanks. Your kitty plays fetch like a dog? Yeah, my gray cat, his name was Sora. He was a puppy cat. And then Athena will play fetch. I love cats that play fetch. Mainly because if you're a dog person, dogs are great. I like other people's dogs. I like other people's dogs. I like cats. I'm a cat person. Again, dogs are great, but I like other people's dogs. not to take sides, but I think that birthday. Yeah, Rail. No shit. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty fucking sure that we talk. I'm pretty fucking sure. But it's okay. I had a good time. I had a really good time at I had a really, really good time at Disney this summer. Your dog was raised by cats, so it lays around like a cat most of the time. That's fucking awesome. Did you see the picture that went around the internet of the dog that the dog was laying on its bed and the cat one by one brought the kittens. The kittens must have been about 3 weeks old at this point. The cat one by one brought the kittens to the dog, put the kittens on the dog, like the dog was the bed, and then the cat jumps up on the fucking cat tower, and it's basically like, there you go, bitch. That's your they're yours right now. I need you to babysit. I need a break. And cats will do that to you when the cat has kittens and you're around. The cat will start bringing them to you and dropping them at your feet and saying, "You take care of this one." Yeah, you're the babysitter now. That's also why I tell people, if they've got children and then they have a baby, what I tell them is make sure the baby's siblings, especially girls get really excited about taking care of the baby. And I tried to teach my girls when their little sister was born. I said, you don't want to do that. I said, you do not want to get involved with parenting. You don't want to get involved in the things that are time consuming. And my two daughters were like, well, why not? And I was like, because you want to play with your iPhone and your iPad. And as soon as your little sister gets mobile, she's going to remind you that she's iBaby. And my kids didn't listen to me. And hey, Dram, my kids didn't listen to me. And then I was gone. I had to forward move. And then they joined me. I was with them for a week. And then I had to go to 3 months of training. While I was gone, my then teenager was calling me. And she was like, this is ridiculous. And I was like, what? She's like, I have homework. I have schoolwork. And Gizmo wants me to give her bath, wants me to read her bedtime story. I said, yeah, that's what I fucking tried to warn you about. She's with mom all day. And so normally where I would come home and entertain her and parent and then switch back with mom, I'm not there. So you're the next person in the hierarchy. So when you get home from school, your 1-year-old little sister doesn't understand homework, commitment, social life. She understands that she wants your attention, and I will be home in 2 more weeks. She's like, what am I supposed to do for 2 more whole weeks? Same thing you're doing right now. Now hang up the phone and play with the baby. Like, I always tell people that. You got to make sure that your kids know that your older kids know that the younger kid is not a part-time commitment. If you don't want this lifelong commitment, don't set yourself up in that role. Set yourself up in a sister role. Don't set yourself up as a replacement parent. And the good thing is my daughter has 2 little girls. And she loves being a mom. I have never seen anybody love being a parent as much as my 24-year-old loves being a mom. Like, she's a better parent than I am. Without a doubt. She's infinitely patient. It's like, I used to teach parenting class, so I'm still on a lot of parenting like social media threads, and this parenting coach was telling a story about, she had a client. She believes in patient, I think it's called patient Magic 123, I think is what its actual name is. I don't subscribe to it. The only model I use is Parenting with Love and Logic. I don't even like using that one, but when you teach parenting class, you got to use some model. Well, she was talking about a client who had a little boy that he got out of his bed all night till 5 a.m. And she was telling the story about how you put your kid in bed, you do the whole bedtime routine, and then the second and all subsequent times that they get out of bed, you don't give them any attention. All you say to them is bedtime. And then you walk them back to their bed. It's not a bad model. But I think after spending 7 straight hours of walking my kid back to the bed, I would go with the Samuel L. Jackson go the fuck to sleep model. Don't I have a middle daughter? I have 5 daughters. I have all daughters. I used to make the joke around my friends, my female friends who had like 2 boys already. I just look at them and say, hey, if you need a girl, I can't miss. Their husbands and boyfriends usually weren't happy with me, but fuck them, you know? Gotta have a sense of humor. Yeah, it's funny, I have all daughters, and on my other side of the family, I have all nephews. So my eldest brother got 3 boys. So like, why couldn't the younger ones play with the baby? They can play with the baby, but the problem is they need to play with the baby. What they don't need to be doing is bath time, feeding time, changing time, getting them dressed. That's what they don't need to be doing, because that's not playing with them. That's parenting. That's parenting them. And if you know anything about children, sometimes they want the other parent. Well, girls normally like doing all that stuff with their little sisters. They like giving them the bath. They like doing their hair. Like, for example, my middle child would be doing her hair. So she was 12. Well, she was 13 and a half and the baby was 1.5 years. So she'd be doing her hair and her makeup, and she'd be sitting on the floor because there was a full-length mirror right around the corner from her room. So she'd be sitting on the floor doing her hair and makeup, and then her little sister would come over and sit in her lap. Well, my kid would finish doing her hair and makeup, and then she'd real quick do like just brush makeup on her cheeks and like curl her hair real quick. And she was happy about it because I'm just like big sissy. Well, the problem comes in is now you have to do that. Now you have to do that all the time because, and if you've ever been a parent or you've got little siblings, once they get it in their head that something's going to happen, it always has to happen. It's not a habit you want to get into. There's nothing wrong with it as long as the older ones know. As long as the older ones know you're making a commitment. Like, it's bath time. I want Sally to give me my bath. No, your parents give you your bath. And Sally's like, oh, I'll do it. It's fine. Okay? You understand then, if you do it this time, the next time she says, I want Sally to give me my bath, you're on the hook. Well, what does that mean? It means we do bath time unless you're babysitting because we're the parents and that's our job. If she gets it into her head even one time, she can request who gives her bath. Well, now you're stuck as part of it. And that's what I tried to get my kids to understand, and they didn't want to understand. And then there were nights where I was like, hey, you got to give your sister a bath. I got homework. Yeah, I understand that. But remember like 2 years ago when she was born and I told you how this shit was going to work and you didn't want to listen? Now you are deep into finding out. There are consequences for your actions, as there should be. Oh yeah, she had homework. Yeah, if she's got... Oh, yeah, she had homework. She was calling me, telling me she had homework. I wasn't home, and there was care and feeding to do. But because she had inserted herself in the process, now she had to take care of the kid, and then she was going to have to do her homework later. Because you've decided for the last 2.5 years or year and a half to insert yourself into the parenting. That's the piece I'm talking about. You want to come home and you want to do your homework real quick because you want to go out and you want to play with your friends. The problem is the little rugrat wants your attention. Now you're stuck doing that. iPhone, iPad is great. You can put those down and do what you want. iBaby is a living, breathing thing. You can't just ignore iBaby. You got to give iBaby attention. It's what I tried to teach my kids. Let me be the parent and you be the older sister. The moment you try to do my job for me, you're stuck with that job. Like, make the joke, you're mom number 2. Because the baby needs to be changed. I got it. The baby needs to be fed. I got it. Hey, she's crying. You need to try. Well, she's not my kid. I fucking get that. But since you feed her all the damn time and we told you not to, we can't calm her down. So my daughter picks her up, gives her a bottle. She calms down. Now you get it. Now you understand why we didn't want you being involved in the process. Because now you're stuck in the process. And that's what older siblings are. They just don't get it. Like you're stuck in the process now. I wish you weren't. I wish you weren't stuck in the process. But you are. The new Loot Crate cosmetics and weapons actually look sick. Let's take a look. This one. That's not bad. That looks good. It's not my style. I insta-bought the workbench, yeah. I also have the the Exquisite Battle Pass this month because I get the occasionally they give us the Battle Pass for part of our for why the fuck can't my words work right now? For being content creators, we sometimes either get the advanced or we get the exquisite. Last month we were supposed to buy the exquisite, but they sent us the advanced and I didn't. I will say one thing. If you're going to have 2 content creator programs, then have 2 content creator discords. We have 2 programs nestled in the same Discord, and so sometimes they just talk so much that I don't check the notices. And they were like, we'd like you guys to use your exquisite this month, and I'd already burned my advanced, and I was like, well, sorry. So now I'm waiting for the instructions for this month. It is one thing I will give them credit for. Yes, Starry Studios has drastically overpriced all of their stuff. And that's a problem. It's the same problem that WoW has with having a box price, a monthly sub, and a cash shop. It's the same problem that Final Fantasy has by having a box price, a subscription, and a cash shop. It's the same problem that Guild Wars 2 has. It has a box price and a cash shop, but they create a lot of problems so they can sell you the solution. I I get what they're trying to do with games like this, because I don't think Once Human, well, right now it has 0 players. Yeah, don't forget the extra retainer sub add-on, right? Or the Chocobo saddlebag additional thing. Yeah, I get it. And that's selling the problem. That's creating the problem to sell the solution, right? EVE Online has a great way to do storage, right? EVE Online is literally infinite storage. You can never fill up the storage. That's good. Yeah, you used to have 8 retainers because you basically need to have 8 fucking retainers. Because if you don't have 8 retainers, you can't keep every gosh damn thing in the whole world. And there's nothing more annoying when you go to make something and it's like you need 4 Beehive chips. Really? This level 90 recipe needs Beehive chips? And Final Fantasy's crafting system is not good. It's not well thought out. It's not well laid out. Right? But it's designed to make you commit time to going and getting things or using the yeah, and now, right? And now Beehive chips have gone up to 1,000 a piece because this new recipe comes out, and it's like, I really wish that I could sit down with a game designer who's building a game and be like, look, there's a lot of things that everybody's opinionated on, but the one thing I am fucking amazing at is logistics. I am fucking amazing at the idea at supply chain management and all, like, the whole process from start to finish. Production systems and all that. Please let me sit down with you and talk through some stuff. Because nobody wants that, right? Nobody wants that bullshit where new recipes come out and I'm going back to the starter zones to gather old shit. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Now, well, yeah, people want that. Really? In a mod, like, look at EVE Online. I'm going to use EVE Online as an example. EVE Online has not added a new mineral in 22 years. They've added entirely new systems, but they haven't added a new mineral because they haven't had to. Because you don't have to. You can, like, sure, you don't have to start making up new wood. Because a table is going to be made, and yes, I know I'm oversimplifying this, but a table is ultimately going to be made with what, right? Big plank of wood, 4 pieces of wood that get milled into legs, and then nuts, bolts, screws, maybe a couple of pieces of rubber and some varnish. Instead of making it a fucking goat rope with how you're going to do your crafting system, just make your crafting system, instead of having an oak table as a custom recipe. Oh, I didn't get behind the box. Instead of having an oak table as a custom recipe and a pine table, just have table. And then you can make the table out of whatever you want. But don't make it so that I gotta go get a specific type of wood. Does it matter if I made the bolts out of iron or steel or brass? No, not at the end of the day. Now, if you want to make the table last long, you still can't log into your account. Yeah, you're gonna have a couple of hours. Steam is not really, unfortunately, when it comes to this particular problem devs have, I've seen this problem take 2 or 3 days to get resolved with devs. Because they need to figure out where the disconnect is, and it just sucks. Hopefully they get it fixed. I really am hoping they getting it fixed because I got to get my alts logged in so that I don't lose my property, because I have alts for content creation, so that it's not the guy that plays 8 hours a day trying to teach you how to do something. It's an account that gets played in some level of normality. But yeah. But anyway, you've got recipes. Yeah, oh man, yeah, it sucks. You've got recipes in games. Like, and let me pour it back to my house, because this is where they do this really well. Starry Studios does their crafting really well. So, and I think more companies should model it off of this. So, come over here, go to craft a weapon, right? So, you can make this weapon at tier 1 for 160 damage, or tier 5 at 939 damage. But each, and again, they've changed this because people complained. You used to have to make each of the parts, and then you put the parts together. Well, all they did was automate it. So adhesive is still used. Adhesive is still used. Oh, look at that. Adhesive is still used. One of the 3 components is the same. Waste plastic, and we now add on all-purpose plastic. Now we get rid of the waste plastic, we keep all-purpose plastic, and we add on fireproof. Now we keep on fireproof and we add on engineering. Now we add on engineering and add on special. Where is the new Mob A adhesive? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They chick all the way up the line. And so when you first start the game, you never get to a point where you're gathering materials that are completely fucking useless, which we all know that too. We've all played. What's the difference? It's just a different color. You're right, and you're absolutely right. But what you have is a really important distinction. And that distinction is when I'm working on getting up to level 10, all the stuff I gather builds this stuff. And then at the next level, all the stuff I'm gathering builds this. No, you're messing around, but it's a great point, because that's the sort of flippant response you're going to get from a lot of gamers. And they're not going to understand because they don't care. Dram, let's be honest. We got ourselves in gaming into a really shit situation because game developers are listening to the mom's basement college student stoner burnout who's on their fucking PC all day, and they want to make stupid fool ass comments. And then the developers, like, for example, a really popular guy in a guild will make a comment. He'll post it in Discord. He says, "What do you guys think about my comment?" And people will go click it up, right? They'll go click up his comment. Meanwhile, people hate me because I'm confrontational and I want you to actually justify what you're saying. So my comment gets voted down. But I think there's something to be said about a comment that gets voted up and it's nothing more than a Jay and Silent Bob fart and dick joke versus a comment that got voted down, but all the sub comments are all positive. So this idea got 500 upvotes and 700 downvotes. You're like, wow, that must have been a shitty idea. But as you start reading through the idea, every single comment is, yeah, this is a great idea. Did you think about this? This is a great idea. Did you think about that? And you're like, well, where's all the negative votes? You exactly did that. And Karthos, you exactly have done that many times. And you've proven many times how two-faced both the Ashes of Creation community is and their fucking, and their so-called alleged moderator team is. You've made a comment that's publicly known to be your comment and it gets voted down or disputed because it's you. Yeah, yes. you have said something verbatim that what I've said, and you've gotten a completely different reaction because, and I make the comment and it's hated because I made it. You make the same fucking verbatim cut and paste, not a single word changed, except when you fix the, because everybody knows how I misspell the. And people are like, oh my God, this is a great idea. Be like, well, where were you fucking dick licks last week or 2 weeks ago when I said it? It's like I'm fucking Snoop Dogg up there talking to Ludacris. Be like, yeah, that shit's tight. When I said it, stop biting my shit, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's the fucking hypocrisy of popularity contests. And just to bridge off of this, I'm adamantly against peer-reviewed popularity contests for things like distinguished graduate in the military. I don't want to go out and drink with these people. I don't drink. I didn't get DG in school because I don't drink, and all these people ever wanted to do was drink. 5 of the people in their group had alcohol-related incidents. So out of a class of 20 some odd people, 5 of them had ARIs, and I didn't get DG because I was number 2 in the popularity vote. And I said to the instructors, I said, let me get this straight. The guy who facilitated alcohol-related incidents broke his foot while drunk, whitewater rafting, after you told them either go whitewater rafting or go drinking, but don't do both, is getting DG, even though I have a higher GPA than him. I did volunteer work while I was here. I went and talked and lectured for the young airmen, but it came down to the popularity vote. And that's which, at that point in my military career, I was like, fuck it. I'm never going to be DG anywhere because I don't drink. I'm not popular. I'm an academician. That's how shit is fucked up. I'm not jealous. I am bitter. I'm not going to bullshit and tell you I'm not bitter because I was 31 as a lieutenant instead of 23. I already had kids. I already had a wife. I don't want to be out drinking. It's the same fucking shit. If you're not popular, your ideas suck. Except when you follow the popular people, you get generic flavor ideas. It's infuriating. Because people are... And then what's going to happen, and which we're already seeing happen. We're already seeing this happen. So it's not like I'm saying, oh, we'll see. People either are hyperly critical of Ashes of Creation or they love it. And the ones that love it because they're hoping to be the new generation of popular streamer. And the ones that are verbatim hate it, or I'm sorry, the ones that adamantly hate it are the ones that wanted the game to be good. And that's what's going to suck. And I'm not going to say I'm going to feel terrible because you make your bed, you got to lie in it. What? I usually say popular doesn't imply good, and a lot of times I get the direction, what do you mean? You're right. Popular doesn't imply good. New World, when it came out, insanely popular, right? New World came out, was insanely popular. But it sold 4.5 million copies. But how quickly did it die? Very quickly. Bless Online, Elyon, they all came out, died. Just because something is a hit doesn't mean it's good. It means it's trending. Like right now, I don't know, I use TikTok to find talking points for the politics show. No matter how hard I try to keep my feed, politics and news and shit like that, I get recommended for you. Right now, have you guys seen the lizard thing? If you don't know, it's the word lizard over and over and over being replaced into songs. Anywhere that there's like, anywhere that there's a repeating word that's going to be in the song a lot. It's like ooh, black lizard, bam to bam, ooh, black lizard. So they're just taking out Black Betty and they're putting in Black Lizard. They're doing it with like any song that has a repeating thing. It's so dumb. Somebody even has the lizard tattoo on them. That shit's gonna fade out in 3 months. Like, you remember Hawk Tuah girl? She's now in jail. Hawk Tuah was last year, or was it the year before? You gotta give him that Hawk Tuah. You gotta get in there and spit on that thing. You saw that everywhere for like 3 months. Yeah, she's in jail. Haley, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's in jail. Most popular restaurant in the US is McDonald's, but you don't have to look very hard to find a ton of people saying how disgusting it is. Yeah, McDonald's isn't good. It's popular. McDonald's is cheap. McDonald's is convenient. McDonald's is easy. McDonald's is not good. Like, I don't even think Five Guys is good anymore. Honestly, honest to fucking God, since a hamburger is so easy to make, I don't think anywhere makes a good hamburger anymore. And I'm not being funny, I'm not being condescending, I'm not being ridiculous. I don't think anywhere makes a good hamburger anymore. Yeah, they sent the Hawk Tuah girl to jail because she basically tried to claim that she couldn't help recover any of the funds because she didn't have any information about any of the people. It was all other people that was setting everything up. And she thought, clearly either she thought or somebody else thought that that was going to work. And that didn't fucking work. They didn't fucking believe you. Like, but all the people that lost all their money on Hawk Coin, they all deserve to lose their money. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you lost money on it. I genuinely am. If you lost money on it, I am sorry, but you deserve to lose your fucking money. If you want to, like, I thought about this a lot while I was driving home from Florida and my family was asleep. People always say to me, they're like, Jay, why are you so against crypto? I'm so against crypto because it's Jeremy Irons in Margin Call. With the rest of the market, you can kind of listen to the music. But when it comes to crypto coin, named coins, whatever it is, literally there is no music that you can listen to. It's completely unlinked, unbacked opinion. Yeah, crypto is literally nothing. You literally burn woods to create something that does not literally benefit. Exactly. Deserve to lose their money. She also deserves to be in jail. The people should go to deficit, not back to the people. Yeah, again, yesterday's show was we can't fix our country unless we educate our people. Today's show is video games, but, you know, it's basically this. Everybody wanted us off the gold standard and the silver standard because it put a hard cap on the generation of wealth. Now we're off the gold standard and we're off the silver standard, and everybody's complaining that there's no wealth to be made. Well, no shit, dumbasses. Like, a lot of my friends from high school are fucking... Some of them are excited because they're finally at age 46 getting their own gas station to manage. I'm not joking. People are 46 years old with private school education, and because they never understood how money worked, they're excited they're now managing a gas station. When I went up for the wedding a couple of years ago, I met up with some people just real quick to reminisce, and they were like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm retired. They're like, what do you mean you're retired? I'm like, I'm retired military. The guy's like, you went in the military? Yeah, I went in the military. How much do you make? That's not really a polite question. They're like, no, really, how much do you make? I was like, 6 figures. And they're like, wait, what? Fuck, seriously? Yeah, seriously. I went into the military and I make 6 figures a year in retirement. That's how that works. and it's and most of it's tax free. That's how that works. And the guy's like, shit, man, I should have joined the military. Yeah, you should have. You can't even fucking formulate a sentence. You're trying to start like 6 different sentences. Spit one out. Well, how do you make your money? Because I have money and money makes money. He should have, but what have we have many views? Yeah, because remember, we have gas station managers in the Air Force. I'm not against the idea of crypto, but I feel the same way about crypto that I do about socialism. In theory, with zero corruption, it would be fine, but it only works in theory only. When you actually put it in practice, it can go to shit really bad. No, you're absolutely right. People who love crypto are so desperate to believe in the get-rich-quick scheme and the dream of being the ones doing it off the backs of the other 99% are losing money. You're right. That right there is my problem with fucking crypto, right? That right there is my problem with crypto. That crypto is not... somebody is the loser in crypto. Are you guaranteed promotions in the military? You are guaranteed a promotion to E2, E3, and E4 as long as you show up to work, you don't get any sexual assault charges, DUIs, or any other miscellaneous Article 15s. Now, I can't speak about the other branches of service. I think they all follow the same. You now have to make E6 in order to retire in the Air Force. E5 used to be the high year of tenure, but what they said was we were getting too many slugs that would make E5 and then never do anything with their career. Let me tell you how easy it is to make E5 and E6. If you literally are trying to do your job and you take the book home every night, you take the 2 books home, and you read one section of your PME book and one section of your SKT book every night, from the day you make senior airman, you will fucking rock the test. Period. Dot. It is not difficult. They don't make getting promoted hard. They make getting promoted a achievable goal. It is a smart goal. It's specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. One of my mentors, when he knew he was eligible to test for chief in the following year, the first day, and I forgot what date he picked, but he had 364 days from the first possible test date for chief. He started studying and he told his family goodbye. What he quite literally said to his family, he said, starting today for the next 364 days and then as many other days until it's my testing date, goodbye. I'm going to be in my office. I'm going to be studying. I'm going to be working my ass off because I want to be, I forgot what he was, but he was like a really, really low end chief. He was like the first year he was eligible, he wanted to make chief. And that's what the fuck he did. Jan went and he spent 3 hours a night, every night, for a year studying to make chief. Yeah, Steam login broke. So he made chief. He made chief first year he was eligible. Almost an unheard of thing. Almost unheard of. Because not only with chief do you have to have test scores, but you have to have your board score, and it's a lot of it is nepotism, a lot of it is popularity contest. But he put up numbers that were so fucking good, he made it his first year he was eligible. When people hear that story, they're like, oh, well, I shouldn't have to give up a year of my life. That takes me back to the quote I always share. Spend a couple of years of your life living like others won't, so you can spend the rest of your life living like others can't. That was it. He made chief. That was it. That was the last fucking promotion he ever needed to do. The only other 2 promotions he could get would be command chief, master sergeant, which you'll inevitably get because that's not really a promotion. in so much as it is an assignment. And then the only other promotion he could have gotten was Command Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force. And that's not a promotion. Again, that's a political assignment. He was done. He now had I think he made it. 1 second, because it's gonna drive me nuts. What are you doing? "14 years. He made E9 in 14 years. It's almost fucking unheard of. That is fucking blazing through the ranks. That is, he came in on a 6-year contract, BTZ to senior airman at an earlier marker. He made every rank. I think he made every rank the first time he tested, and he only got into the all others category a couple of times. All others category is you didn't have enough points to get a promotion number. You're in the last month of promotability. But the problem is, back in the day, you had time and service, time and grade, decorations that all affected your board score or your promotion score. So if you're testing early, you're not going to have time and grade. Sometimes you're not even going to have the 5 points because you haven't been in that grade for a year, especially when you're making staff after BTZing. You haven't even been you've been a senior airman for like 2 months, and then you test for staff. Most people don't make it. He did. But that's what's fucking crazy about that is now he's an E9. He can spend 16 more years in the service and always be stress-free. I mean, he's going to have stress of his job and all that shit, but he's not going to be stressing the fuck out with like, oh my God, I gotta study. Oh my God, it's promotion cycle time and all that shit. Well, he had people that were envious of him. That he also had haters. Why the fuck you hating on the guy? Why you hating on him? He decided this is what I want. Do you find people who blitz the ranks get more respect or less due to lack of time served? That's a great question. Let me take my quick break and then I'll answer that one. Okay, that's an absolutely great question. People who blitz through the ranks they run into a really big problem where they're either a really, really good leader, not very often, or they're a really, really good SKT, skills, knowledge, and training, more likely. Their knowledge of their career field is what's carrying them through their promotions. They're really, really shit hot. They're really, really good at their job. Like in my case, I got promoted to staff sergeant, and then I made tech inside 2 years. The way the dates worked, I made tech inside 2 years. I never got a really good chance to work my way through anything staff sergeant related, because what I mean by staff sergeant related is you have long-term projects and you have to learn from your failures. Learning from your failures is the big part of this one. I don't need any of this shit. Just fucking get rid of it. I got boxes of it. So one thing I will say is I understood why some people looked at me and they got upset because they were like, well, I'm listening to a baby tech sergeant. Also, keep in mind, even though I was a little bit older, I had a baby face. So I had to deal with that fucking bullshit. There is some problem with people making rank too quickly. Because they haven't had a chance, like, if you've ever heard the expression baptism by fire, there hasn't been enough things that go wrong for them to figure out, for them to, like, you know, strut, for them to, you know, fix a problem or two. So there's some problem there. At the same time, the majority of the people that are being disparaging are the fucking slugs who keep not making rank because of hotshots. Because remember, and they've totally revamped this now because of this problem, you used to get X number of points for time in service, X number of points for time in grade. So if you just plopped your ass in a chair in a rank for 4 years, you'd get 20 more points time in service, 20 points time in grade. So your score could be low, but there came to a point that, and this is what was broken about the promotion system, a person without the same amount of time in grade as you couldn't possibly beat you because you could get like a 30 on your SKT, but all your other points carried. Meanwhile, they could get 100 on their SKT and there just wasn't enough other points for them. Like, they're maxing out time, they're maxing out SKT, they're maxing out PME, they have 3 decorations, but they have 0 points time in grade because they got promoted among all others. They don't even have a year kickover yet, but they're eligible to test. That's mainly for senior airman to staff sergeant. Well, the people that are giving you the most shit are the people who literally are slugs. So then you've got the problem of, why the fuck do you care what the slug has to say about you? But that slug is the person that might be responsible for training you or mentoring you, or they might work for you, or you might work for them. There was a lot of bullshit in the military with career sabotage because you had to slow down the fast burners because the fast burners were making everybody else look bad. Well, it wasn't that they were making you look bad, you were making you look bad. So I did my best once I got my commission. I put a stop to all that shit everywhere I saw it. I didn't have high speed, low drag, fast burners working for slugs. I got rid of a lot of my slugs. I told them, I was like, look, man, we need to come up with a new career path for you because I don't want you. You can go to recruiting, you can go to dorm manager, you can go, there's a lot of you can go to instructor, you can fucking get PCSS, get yourself PCS'd off of my airplane patch, but you're gonna go be a UDM, unit deployment manager. You're not working for me because you're a slug. Because it's a, don't get mad at me, but it's kind of like a union job. I get paid, I'm an E6 with 12 years of service. I get paid exactly the same as every other E6 with 12 years time in service. So that E6 over there, that Jalan guy over there that has the list of accolades, he's got 2 sheets of things he done this year. That's great, but he makes the same amount of money as me. But I've been an E6 4 years longer, so I'm gonna make master before him. You need a slug slime base for those that haven't yet washed out. The problem, man, is that's the big part is, we need to get rid of them, right? We need to just get rid of them because unfortunately they somehow always survive force shaping, because the way we force shape people is that we always go after the people that have gotten a couple of things wrong. They tried to force shape a guy out, a young kid. I didn't let it happen. Young kid was following the instructions of the spotter. Now, if you know anything about the manual for the wheel driver, although I'm sitting in the driver's seat, if I'm receiving hand or auditory signals from the spotter is ultimately responsible for the vehicle where I cannot see it. So if I back into a pole, but I'm using a spotter, ultimately, the spotter is responsible if I hit the pole, right? Which is why you generally have two spotters in the back, so that the spotters can each say, we both threw up an X, and they kept backing up. Well, I had a kid, he was backing up, and he hit a building. And there was an incident report, it was put in his file, but he was found not culpable, which is why I think it's stupid that we put the incident report in the file of the people that aren't culpable. But we have to keep a record of it because there was in fact an accident. Well, when we had to do a force shaping, they identified the kid as force shaping because he had an accident. And he was my kid, and I said, no, he was my airman. I said, wait a minute. You're using a piece of paper that should have no punitive repercussions against the kid because it's easy. I said, go find the fucking... Yeah, well, it's a copy's in the spotter's record, and the spotter was found culpable. But here's the problem. The spotter had PCS'd, which means all of your base level non-criminal stuff gets pulled from your record. So because the spotter had already PCS'd, had already had a PCSing performance report, the incident report for the spotter was already shit-canned. Well, my response is, if the guy who's culpable has left the base and the piece of paper has been shit-canned, then everybody else involved in that incident should have their copy of the piece of paperwork shit-canned as well, because the culprit is gone. Now, the culprit's at some other base, and he knew a force shaping was coming, so what did he do? He got to his new base, he kept his nose clean, put his head down, volunteered for everything, and the truth of the matter is, he would have been a prime candidate to fucking force shape because he had an incident. It's just the stupidity of how we do things, which I'm glad after years and years and years, they've started doing things mo better, right? But it doesn't change the fact that you have a legacy of doing things in this bullshit manner. And it's the same thing at corporate jobs. It's the same thing with, like, people don't like nepotism, but what's funny to me is people don't like nepotism, but they'll use the shit out of it when it benefits them, but they'll speak out against it when it works against them. Like I told you, I was 18 years old. I worked for a fucking multimillionaire. I was the marketing director for his company, and somebody got into an argument. And I was 18. I was a loudmouth. I was 17. I was 18 when I got promoted. I was 18. I was a loudmouth. I'm going to be the first to admit it. Somebody caught me they caught me at the end of a bad day, which was attached to the end of a bad week. And my mom had just died of cancer like 5 months prior. So I was struggling with that. And somebody got mad. We were in a board meeting, and people are getting fucking mad. And I asked 3 or 4 times I'm like, hey, can I step out? And they're like, no, we've got to get this resolved. And then somebody said, I don't know how the fuck you got your job. And I flippantly turned and said, because I'm fucking the boss's daughter. And then I realized what I'd said. I realized that I had just kneecapped my credibility. I should not have said, I'm fucking Hagrid. Shouldn't have said that. Should not have said that. But it was finally now, the fucking elephant in the room was finally out. And I knew that I shouldn't have said it. But then somebody said, well, yeah, you finally admit it. That's how you got the job. Which then I was very quickly able to respond with, and I've been doing the job for over a year. So no matter how I got the job, and no matter who I was fucking to get the job, now that I finally admit I got the job, are you finally going to admit you suck at yours? And it was great because the person was giving me shit the whole time because I was a nepotism hire. But the truth was, it didn't matter that I was a nepotism hire. It was a who you know, not what you know situation. At that point, I had 4 years of advertising experience. I had more than 4 years, but I had 4 serious years of advertising experience. I'd been the advertising director at a regional newspaper. I'd been the advertising director at a college newspaper. I'd been the advertising director at a high school newspaper, which I mean is a piddly little shit thing, but it's still relevant. So I had credentialing. I had contacts. People genuinely liked working with me. And then once I said, you know what? I think the problem here is you. So let's remove you from the scenario and let's try to fix the problem and let me test the theory that you're actually the problem. And lo and behold, this person was the problem. They were so mad. So finally, there was a jerk chicken restaurant around the corner from the studio. I said, hey, I want to buy you dinner. And they're like, why? I said, because we need to like figure out who's going to get fired. And since you already know I'm fucking the boss's daughter, you know the guy getting fired isn't me. I'm not getting fired here. And so as we went, we sat, had some jerk chicken, sat and talked. I said, why are you so mad about how I got my job? And they're like, well, I just don't like the fact that you got the job. You went from file clerk to marketing director. I said, yeah, but did I take the promotion from you? And they were like, well, no. Then why are you so fucking mad? Like, I get it. And again, I was 18, so I didn't have that refined, sense of what is ultimately right and what is ultimately wrong. I didn't have that yet. But I said, why are you so fucking mad? Like, I didn't take a promotion from you. So why are you like this? And again, I will freely admit, I didn't think about the idea that the person might not just have like nepotism. Their response was, I don't like taking direction from an 18-year-old. I said, that's it? And they said, that's it. You know what the simple solution to that was? Because I didn't want to lose the person, because I didn't want to lose their talent. I never gave them directions again. I never gave them directions again. I simply made sure that when I needed that particular person to do something, I kicked it over and I had an adult give the person their directions. That was it. So I spent a year of friction with a person who just didn't like being told what to do by an 18-year-old. And you know why that was a really great learning experience for me? And I'll share this. Because I didn't join the military till I was 24. I didn't go into the military till I was 24. I had a 23-year-old staff sergeant yelling at me when I was an E3. I had somebody younger than me yelling at me, but they had more rank than me. So I had already been through the opposite side of this, and to me, it didn't matter. To me, it was easy. You have more stripes than I do. Do whatever makes you feel good. Do whatever you got to do. Some people can't get over that. Some people can't get over that piece. A lot of bad military enlisted struggle with listening to lieutenants. A lot of lieutenants struggle with staying in their fucking lane. A lot of them fucking struggle with staying in their lane. But unless you're a chief who's got the fucking the old man, the commander's backing, unless you're a chief, you do what a lieutenant says. You follow the order because they outrank you. Now, I used to tell the lieutenants to be like, you shouldn't be giving anybody any orders. You should be asking a lot of questions, because you don't know shit about shit. And they're like, well, when you were a lieutenant, yeah, I was a lieutenant, but I had come in after being an E7 select. There's a little bit of a difference there. I got my commission in logistics, and I had spent the 2.5 years prior working at the headquarters level in the logistics directorate, and several people mentored me. So I showed up after OTS with 2.5 years of mentoring at the headquarters level. Little bit of a difference, but I still didn't like bark orders, because barking orders isn't good leadership. It's great battlefield leadership. It's not good stateside leadership. What do I got to raise my voice for? Even if I'm asking, it only sounds like I'm asking. Lieutenant walks up to a sergeant. Hey, can you take care of this for me? No. All right, Sergeant so-and-so, take care of this for me. Is that an order? Certainly sounds like one. We could have done it when we were just being cool about it. I have no problem taking orders from someone younger. My issue is taking orders from someone I've deemed to be incompetent. Yes, but here's, and I've many times, Wolf, throughout my military career, I had to address that very same point with people. People would say I'd have to write them up for insubordination. Now, I did a lot of pocket LOCs, a lot of drawer LOCs. Drawer LOC is I write you the LOC, you sign the LOC, I can show everybody the LOC, but I don't file the LOC. Which means I wrote the LOC, and as long as you don't fuck up again for another 60 days or 90 days, whatever I tell you the pocket term is, you're fine, you're covered. Don't fuck up again. I used to have to say to people, you've deemed them to be incompetent, but the Air Force, AFPC, Air Force Personnel Command, has deemed them worthy of the rank they wear. And your commander has deemed them worthy of the rank they wear and has deemed them worthy of the position they sit in. So you might think as an E4 that the E6 is an idiot, but you as the E4 are wearing, you're too big for your britches if you think that you're smarter than the career field manager who's an E9. You've lost your itty bitty baby brain if you think you're smarter than everybody else. Like, yeah, I get it. It's annoying as fuck, and I'm never ever gonna say it's not annoying as fuck, because it is. It's annoying as fuck. You're taking orders from a person who you constantly are questioning, how do they tie their shoes? And I'm not gonna argue with that. That sucks. That was a major problem of mine. But then when my mentor sat down with me and said the same thing to me, he's like, so I'm your boss. I was like, yes, sir. And I'm the shop boss. Yes, sir. So every time you argue with this sergeant that I've put you under, what you're really saying is that I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm like, I'm not doing that at all. Well, I've determined that you should be working under this sergeant because there's a lot of things I want you to learn. And then I said, well, what am I supposed to learn from an idiot sergeant? And he says, how not to be an idiot sergeant. You see the young man's dots connect. The young man had to come on, doggy. I'll walk you to the point since you clearly can't get it. I'll walk you over there. And it was it was a good lesson. It served me well. It's kind of like the Kelsey Grammer line from Down Periscope. You get a lot of people that use the phrase superior officer. You're not my superior officer. You're merely a higher ranking one. Just like Band of Brothers. You don't salute the man, you salute the rank. I had that happen a handful of times, and I had to handle it calmly, and then once not so calmly. But the best was when I was walking with a chief once, and I didn't get saluted, and the kid said, I don't salute second lieutenants. I've been in the military longer than them. And the chief looked at me and he said, go have a good lunch, sir, and then saluted me. And he says, because I just found my lunch. And I was like, oh boy, oh fuck. Oh, someone's gonna be walking funny after this conversation. Like, this conversation isn't going to go well. I don't salute second lieutenants. I've been in the military longer than them, and he doesn't know that I was an E7 select. Oh shit. It's gonna be a bad fucking day. Gonna be a bad fucking day for you, son. Because it ain't like me. It ain't like me being offended. It ain't like me and my rank and my ego being offended. No, man, that ain't even foot in mouth. What that is, when you say something dumb like that, that's not foot in mouth. That's both feet in your mouth and your dick in your own ass. Like, you just fucked yourself. One of the things, I'll say this because I got about 3 weeks into my second flight command. I got really fucking tired of dealing with the NCOs who should have known by now, but they didn't. My military uniform, I wore a 7-level enlisted badge because as an officer, I wore a 7-level enlisted badge because I had a 7-level enlisted badge. Oh wow, the drops from purification aren't dropping. That's nice. And I would normally have taken my 7-level enlisted badge off because it's not needed, but the regulation says I have to wear it because it's a medical badge and you're required to wear it. It doesn't matter that I've become an officer. So I knew right away that I had some people that weren't too quick on the uptake because they were literally acting like fucking tools because they thought that I'd been in the military for like a year. So over the weekend, I went in and I hung up on the wall behind me my DG certificate out of OTS, but I also hung up my NCO induction certificate. And I put it on the wall behind me. I didn't say anything. I hung it up like that and like 2 other awards. And I noticed on Monday, all of my senior NCOs were in my office, kind of like looking at the shit that I hung up. And it didn't take too long for them to put it together that I had an NCO induction certificate. I'd been around for a bit. And then it was kind of funny because by the end of like the 3rd day, everyone's attitude kind of changed, which was bullshit because me being a prior E on paper, in theory, shouldn't change how people treat me. But then at the next staff meeting, my flight meeting, I said, why have you all changed so much in the last week? And the one guy was honest. He's like, well, we didn't know that you were prior E. We didn't know. We knew that you were prior E, but we thought you were like the OPSO and you were a prior airman. We didn't know that you were a prior NCO. I said, but why does it matter? And they're like, well, it shouldn't. I'm like, yeah, you're right. It shouldn't. But now that we're all clear, when I tell you what I expect out of NCOs, it's what I would have expected out of myself. And it's the same standard you can feel free to hold me to. If you think somehow that I'm not meeting my obligation as your flight commander, you can hold me accountable. But just remember what that comes with. If you're gonna, why are these not counting? If you're gonna hold me accountable to something, that's cool, and I expect you to do that. But just remember, that works 2 ways. That works 2 different directions. So just make sure you're good with that. And then they found out very quickly. They were that particular flight, I don't mind sharing this because it's been enough time. You won't be able to track anybody's names down. That particular flight had run into a problem where they had cocaine, alcohol abuse, and senior NCOs having sex with airmen, which is always a no-no. So that flight was kind of fucked, and which was why I was sent there to clean it up. But they found out real quick when we talked about standards. I was fucking Colonel Hal Moore, who's always been like a role model of mine. When you can't build better morale inside your flight, just run them till they puke. But you run with them. They didn't like me. They were an out of shape flight. We ran a lot. They'd get done with like a mile and a half and they'd stop. I'd be like, oh no, we run 5K minimum in this flight. 5K is our minimum. And they were like, what do you mean 5K is our minimum? 5K is our minimum. 5K is what we run. We don't run no mile and a half to train for a mile and a half. You could tell a lot of them were still not ready to be full performing members of the United States Air Force. You could kind of tell that. We had some fatties. No, I can't talk much. I'm a fatty now, but I also don't have to do PT. That's another thing. Can we just say that if you get paid 3 times a week to do 90 minutes of working out, why the fuck would you not go work out 90 minutes 3 times a week? Like, why would you ever not go to PT? Like, I loved that shit. 3 times a week, 90 minutes off, go to the gym, get a lift on, go run, and then come back, get in the pool, swim for 25 minutes. Holy fuck, that was like the great, like, I was like, wait, you're paying me to work out? People don't even work out now. People don't, like, shit, man. People don't even park as far away as they can. People fight for, like, the closest parking spot. Shit, man, I'm gonna park I used to park as far away as I could. Why? Extra steps. Just extra steps. Well, what happens if it's raining? Then I get wet. I never liked gym, but I'd go swim for 90 minutes. Shit, man, if you're swimming for 90 full minutes, 90 minutes is a crazy workout if it's your swim. That's because like 25 minutes is 25 minutes of cardio, no matter what type of cardio you're doing, except walking, running, jogging, interval sprinting, Stairmaster, elliptical. 25 minutes of any of those things is where you start to see gains. Walking, I forgot what the number is. It's 3 miles, I think. I mean, if you can only walk for 20, you can only walk for 20. You take what you can get. Like, don't ever not walk for 20 minutes because you don't have... Well, you should be doing 2 miles and... Well... Yeah, you should be right around to 2 miles and 20 minutes once you're kind of in shape. But, I used to swim for over a decade. Wouldn't have been a problem. These days, I need to get back into form. Oh, yeah. You fall out of form. You fall out of swimming form real quick. Because swimming works muscles that nothing else works. Which is crazy nuts in and of itself. But, no, we live in a world of, like, that's why I wanted to put a pool in this house. Because I love to swim. And I had the foot problem. So I would love, now that my foot is as healed as my foot is going to get. I've already been for my walk today. That's another thing that I didn't factor in. I'm over here beating myself up mentally. I'm like, you didn't get a lot done this morning, but I did. I got a lot done. Here, I'm going to share with you guys a terrible joke. It's an absolutely terrible joke. Let me turn off the music real quick. It's an absolutely terrible joke. And I actually posted this to TikTok. I had the fucking audacity to do this. Here you go.
To whoever stole my Microsoft Office account, I will find you. You have my word.
Well, now you found something you can excel at.
To whoever...
I'm going to fucking hell. I'm going to hell for that one. Fucking got him. I'll give you guys a sneak peek of tomorrow's TikTok. I'll give you guys a sneak peek of tomorrow's. This is tomorrow's.
If you are not black, if your skin is not brown, if you are not melanated, then you do not have the right to come under my videos talking back to my people.
Jesus Christ.
Your opinions are not wanted, nor are they relevant.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Why do you feel like you need to come and keep saying something to my people?
That's a stupid question.
You need to ask me my permission before you speak or comment on my videos.
Fuck me in the face with an aardvark.
You people have been talking way too much for way too long, and your time is officially up.
Is it true half the people you meet are below average intelligence?
It is Black Power forever.
I will send you to Jesus.
Oh my God.
I'd like to apologize to anyone I've not offended yet. Please be patient. I'll get to you shortly.
If you are not black,
How do you make that video? Like, how did that woman calls herself Lord Zion? She calls herself Lord Zion. And she is that crazy level racist all the fucking time. Like, that is her thing. Like, the only thing you can do with racism at that level is just make fun of it. It's the only thing you can possibly do is make fun of it. Like, I thought that she was trolling, and then I realized she ain't fucking trolling. What the fuck is wrong with, like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with our world? Like, I grew up in an era where racism was fucking crazy. People would be wearing Air Jordans, wearing Jordan's jersey, dropping the N-word. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, then why are you supporting them? Literally, financially. Well, what do you mean? You're wearing fucking Jordans. And what? Jordan's black. But you're using racist fucking derogatory words. So where the fuck is the surprise part there, sunshine? Where the motherfuck did you get lost? I also think it's funny. I was in grade school, and a new girl transferred in, and her last name was an Irish last name. She clearly wasn't fucking Irish. She was not, like, I know what Irish looks like. I know both variations of Irish. I know Scot Irish. I know Northern Irish. I know the Irish people who say they're Irish, but they're really English. I know all the fucking flavors of Irish. You ain't in any of those boxes. And she was like, yeah, my dad's Irish, my mom's Mexican. And I distinctly remember this. I was like, how the fuck does that combination work out? Well, funny enough, that's the combination I have. My wife is Mexican. My kids are half Irish. Well, my kids are 3/4 Irish, half Mexican, or quarter Mexican. It's like, well, now I understand. But I remember when she started at the school, she was my friend. I used to sit next to her. She was nice. She was kind. I realized she wasn't being nice and kind because she was nice and kind. I realized she was being nice and kind because she had no other friends. She was different. So people treated her differently. I didn't, because, you know, I didn't recognize racism early on. People were just people. And now I realize people are fucking racist every fucking way you go. Gotta make a Hispanic name with some Irish flair and spelling. Hold on. Oh my God. There you go. We'll go with this one. We'll go with that one. Oh, you need a last name? Hold on. I got a last name for you too. There you go. Now just for that, if I get back to writing, I'm gonna name a character. I'm gonna name a character in one of my books that. And I'm gonna piss everybody off. Everyone's gonna be pissed off from the word go. The shit that my audience, like, you all are like gonna, some of you are gonna get me in trouble one day. It's okay though. Oh shit. I gotta figure out. I realized I just realized something. I wasn't specific in my contract with my daughter. I said I'd give, I think I did say the 15th of the month. I think I did. I was about to say, normally I say halfway through the month, but I think I said the 15th. Normally I tell them I'll give them money halfway through the month. But I think she was stressed when I wrote the contract. Normally I want them to think about what 2 payments a month means. Because does 2 payments a month mean the first and third Fridays? Does it mean the first and the 15th? Well, what if it's February? Do I still give you your money on the 15th? Or should I give you the money on the 14th since that's halfway through the month? What if it's a month with 31 days? Do I pay you on the 15th or on the 16th? Do I pay you at noon on the 15th? Do I split your month completely in half? It's just like, I couldn't find the video. I'd seen it. I thought I saved it. It was about a guy who is talking about, he's teaching his kids about making extra payments on their mortgage, which is good. You should do that. But then he's like, yeah, if you do this on a 30-year mortgage and you make 1 extra payment a year, then you end up taking 13 years off the mortgage. And I'm like, in what fucking world does the math work out to that? I thought I saved it because, number one, I wanted to message him and I wanted to be like, first of all, Obi-Wan, help me out here because your math ain't mathing. Like, I know how many months you save on a mortgage that way. But what's your math? Because maybe he knows something I don't. Maybe the guy's a fucking mortgage broker and he knows some trick. I don't think he does, right? I don't think he does. I think he's just one of those things where he said it and he thinks it sounds good. But I'm like, yeah, the math ain't mathing over there, son. The math ain't doing its thing. Now, yes, if you make an extra payment if you just make 1 extra payment a year, I recommend that you round up every payment, but not everybody can do that. I recommend you make at least 1 extra payment a year. So instead of making 12 payments, you make 13. I really recommend that you round up your mortgage enough that you're actually making like 2.5, 3 payments more a year. But I don't recommend just, and that's why I don't recommend making just one extra mortgage payment a year. What people don't understand is that when you take a 30-year mortgage, you're not taking a single 30-year mortgage. You're taking an overall structured loan that is 360 loans. Because this loan is structured this way, this loan is structured this way. This $2,000 or this $1,300 is going to accumulate 359 months of interest. So if you're paying extra, you're killing that one before it accumulates interest. But it's hard for people to conceptualize that. So he was right, and I wanted to respond. Now I just have to make a blank. Now I have to wait. Now I have all of a mortgage TikTok script all mapped out, and I gotta wait until I find another bad video to respond. It's like my videos that I do that I'm not responding do really poorly. If I'm responding to somebody, my videos do really well. Like, I was actually shocked about growth on TikTok. Growth on TikTok. Now I understand why so many people recommend growing on TikTok. On TikTok, I've only been making TikToks here for a little bit, about a week and a half. I got a video with 3,500 views, 4,000, and 1,800. But the ones that I post without responding are like 135 and 325. TikTok is so weird as a platform. It's so hard to crack the code. It's like, what's going on? Also, this is now a personal game of mine. The personal game of mine is how many of these crates can I accumulate? I never want to open a single one of them. I don't. I just want to accumulate these crates. Like, yeah, the more the better. I want to fill up this whole page with those crates. Also, as you can see how much fun I have every 30 minutes trying to catch up with this event. This gravity event is balls. This gravity event is absolutely fucking terrible. Run around every 30 minutes because you got 30 minutes of gravity and 30 minutes without gravity. Every time the gravity kicks off, run around and get crystals. Run around and get the run around and get the gravity crystals so that where the fuck is it? So that you can unlock all of these. And because I'm a completionist, I want to do it. But it goes until mid to late September. I really wish they would give us a fucking date so that I know, like, do I gotta log in every day and do a couple of hundred, or will the twice a week that I stream, will I get enough on the 2 streams? I probably am gonna have to log in like every day and pick up like 200 a day. I don't even remember how many I have left to get. How many do I have? So I have to get about 6,300 more. So I probably won't be able to do 6,300 more logging in for my streams. I'm probably going to have to actually dedicate myself a little bit to working on it. Just the lunar event was so easy to clear, and now they made the gravity one, and the gravity one just sucks because there hasn't been any new stuff. Like, at least with the lunar one, it was like there was new content, bosses, chests. Like, this is just running around. Like, the chests reset once a night. These chests don't reset. It's like, oh well, we didn't want to make it as easy as we made the other one. Okay, cool. Then make the total amount that we need to accumulate a lot less. You've already made the game easy sauce. You've made the game basically like log in once a week while we're waiting. One thing I know about gravity is a bitch unless you're launching a satellite and then you actually need it. That's interesting. Oh yeah, because you need to drop your satellite into a gravitational orbit. If you don't have gravity when you it'll fall to Earth. You know, when aliens finally arrive on Earth, you know that they're gonna they're all gonna try to do us a solid. Some alien spacecraft like the fucking Enterprise or a Star Destroyer is gonna show up and they're gonna be like, oh, these guys have like a bunch of junk around their planet and they're gonna like scoop up all of our junk, and then we're not gonna be able to talk to them because they will have scooped up all of our satellites. It's like, shit. Also, by the way, can somebody answer me a question? One of you Star Wars fans that's a bigger Star Wars fan than me. I totally understand that the clones were made on Kamino. Were all the fucking Star Destroyers made on Kamino as well? Like all of a sudden, like, yeah, I get it. You've got like 250,000 or 200,000 units, however many fucking clones you had. I get that. But I didn't know Kamino was known for mass producing starships and vehicles. I thought they just made the bodies. Also, I cannot wait for the new head of Star Wars. I can't wait for Kathleen Kennedy to finally be out of the fucking way. And so that we can finally have some movies that are better than I'm Rey Skywalker and I am all the Jedi. I mean, can we all agree? Wolfagar, can we all agree that the last movie was a 1? Like, unequivocally? The last movie was a 1? I don't think we can rate. You refuse to watch it to 0? Fair? Is it on a scale of 1 to 10 or is it on a scale of 0 to 10? Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. How often are you having sex? Well, is 1 none? Or is 1 some? Then at the end of the movie, ask us the sex question. 10. Can we also all agree? Can we all agree? We're kind of fucked as far as actors and actresses go. Like, back in the 80s, we had Stallone. We had Schwarzenegger. We had Van Damme. We had Snipes. We had DeVito. Who the fuck do we have now? Like, shit, man. Morgan Freeman is like 300 years old. You've got Robert Pattinson as Batman. Like holy fuck, man. Now I will say Colin Farrell fucking kills it as the Penguin. He fucking destroys that. He's awesome. But like, you don't even know the last time you watched a movie. I watched The Sandman. It's not a movie. That actor is fucking amazing. I'm pissed at fucking the writers, the fucking creators. I'm pissed at everybody. We definitely needed another 2 seasons out of him. That you could have fucking taken The Sandman, even if they didn't have good source material, because the comic line or whatever, shit, man, they shouldn't have canceled that show. That show was fucking amazing. I watched The Old Guard with Charlize Theron, and then they just like get to the end and you're like, this isn't even a good place for, like, they turned the second movie into a two-parter, and you're just like, dude, this isn't even like the natural conclusion of where it should be. Now, I get it, right? I understand, like, in The Matrix Reloaded and The Matrix Revolution, that's all. What people don't realize about The Matrix Reloaded and The Matrix Revolution is that's not two movies. That's not two movies. That's all one continuous run. It's kind of like Harry Potter. The 7th book is split into two movies. It's not two movies. It's just they had to cut it. The Matrix is one movie, and then the other two movies are all, because there's zero time between the two of them. Like, it's like a matter of hours. It's not like a matter of days or weeks or a year. It's quite literally just keep going, which is fine, because you don't want like a 12-hour movie. Although I do want a 12-hour version of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Like, I want the unfiltered, unadulterated director's cut. Like, I want him to be like, New Line Cinema has given me permission to put out an extended director's cut, and it's 6 days long, and I'd still be like half as much as we hoped for. Could I get behind a Matrix TV show? No, I couldn't, and here's why. I wouldn't be able to get behind a Matrix TV show for the simple reason of the very nature of the Matrix doesn't work anymore. The Matrix doesn't work because the audience doesn't, first of all, the audience doesn't believe in disbelief, because they all live lives of disbelief. Second of all, I could get behind a TV show based on the Matrix, but how the fuck are they going to escape? How often do you, like, when was the last time you actually looked for a payphone? They just don't exist anymore. I don't know if you remember, I don't know how old you are. You're probably not old enough. They tried to do a Crow TV show. It fucking flopped. There are certain ideas and certain concepts that only work as movies. Just like there are certain ideas and certain concepts that only work as TV shows. Because the way you write them, like, for example, a lot of people say, well, I don't think the new Harry Potter TV series is going to work because Harry Potter was designed to be movies. No, Harry Potter was designed to be fucking books. If you write a TV show based on a book, then the rule ultimately has to be, depending on the author's writing style, every chapter is an episode, or every X number of words is an episode. Like, because some authors write in those little mini chapters. I don't like that, but I tolerate it if I like their writing. But the problem is you can't start doing like the Game of Thrones thing where the Wonder Twins decide in season 2 that they're going to merge two characters together, and then they're not going to do an entire plot line. And then you get to season 5 and they're like, well, we don't know how to resolve this. Yeah, dumbass, you don't know how to fucking resolve this because you decided to not do a fucking plot line in season 2 that you need in season 5, because this is how this gets resolved, right? And then you get the whole, well, this sucks. You get the whole, like, this is fucking terrible. Now, what'd you say? I think it would work as a show, however you write on the ship sailing. Right. The old Quantum Leap is kind of like The Matrix. The old Quantum Leap, though, followed what we talked about very, very structured battle rhythm. Quantum Leap, every episode is a problem that needs to be solved. The A-Team, every episode is a problem, is a mission that needs to be run. Star Trek The Next Generation, every episode is a throwaway. And that was designed, right? Back in the days before VCRs, back in the days before on demand and all that, every episode had to basically be a standalone because you didn't want people to get disenfranchised because they missed an episode. Now, work with me here. Work with me. Star Trek The Next Generation, for the most part, you can miss every other episode in a season and not lose the plot. For the most part. Star Trek Deep Space Nine, you can't miss episodes, or you have no idea what the fuck's going on. Star Trek Voyager kinda went back to the idea of sometimes we're gonna have episodes that are related, and sometimes we're gonna have episodes that are throwaways. There's something to be said about the nature of a TV show and the nature of a movie. I like Star Trek Deep Space Nine out of all the episodes. Now, I will admit the last one I watched was Voyager and then Picard. I don't like Strange New Worlds. I don't like Lower Decks. I don't like I'm fucking tired. I didn't watch the Chris Pine Star Treks because honestly I'm tired of fucking Kirk. Get fuck's sake, man. We've got enough Star Trek lore that we can make 50 different movies, but we keep talking about the same people over and over, the same characters. Like shit, Shatner was Kirk. Let it go. Stop it. With all that said, The Matrix as a TV show, I think has set sail. But Wolf Agar, like we talked about early on in Sandman, how many people did you hear? And I don't know if you saw it. I saw it. A lot of people mad about the transgender chauffeur, but then they don't pay any attention to the fact that you were absolutely right. Desire's walking around rocking a massive cock. Like, does it matter? No, then shut the fuck up. If you don't like the show, don't like the show. But if you don't like the show, at least like at least have the decency to not like the show for what the show is about, not because you don't like two characters. Not because your bigotry can't get over two characters. Right? And unfortunately, that's what we're living with. That's what we're living with. That's what we're living in. It's a fucking terrible world we live in, but it is what it is. All other things aside, I think that I saw somebody mention Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time was garbage from episode 1 because, okay, I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a fuck if you're offended. You're allowed to be offended. I'm allowed to be offensive. I am fucking tired and watch the way I say this. I am fucking tired of the way that we insult black people and other minorities when we blackwash and minority wash characters. I am tired of it because it's fucking insulting. And you're telling me that with all the fucking creative minds that work for Disney, you couldn't come up with a way to write another good black character, so you blackwashed Ariel? Why the fuck is Ariel black? She lives under the sea where the ocean filters all the sunlight for you. Are you telling me with all the creative minds at Disney, we had to blackwash the fucking mermaid? We couldn't. First of all, Snow White needs to be white. Not for any other reason than fair as snow. It's not fucking rocket science here. Like, for example, you wrote Star Trek The Next Generation. I think Michael Dorn and LeVar Burton's characters of Worf and Geordi LaForge were fucking amazing characters. I think they were absolutely fucking amazing characters. They were brilliant. You didn't need to take Scotty and blackwash him, and you created LeVar Burton's character, and he ran with it. Wait, what? What do you mean, wait, what? Keep up. I don't got time to pump the brakes. It's like, we take Captain America, and then and here's Worf. Michael Dorn, Lieutenant Commander Worf, big Klingon guy. Michael Dorn's black. Under all that makeup, Michael Dorn is black. What pisses me off is we take Marvel and we take the Falcon, and then we do our little spin-off of the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and then we make the Falcon the new Captain America. Okay. I don't give a fuck who you are, and I don't give a fuck what your opinion is. There is no way in God's green earth the Falcon, who would become Captain America, has a fucking chance in hell against Red Hulk. 0. Probability, 0. Likelihood, 0. If you make me play Marvel Rivals matchup and you match me up Falcon versus Red Hulk, in any world Red Hulk wins, I'm done. Because that should be power level. That's an Omega level mutant. That's an Omega level mutant versus a guy with wings and a shield. It's just like, I get it. I get it. Because you got to do certain things in the movies. And I forgot which particular Avengers it was, but when Tony Stark is in the Hulkbuster Iron Man suit, punching the Hulk in the face, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. All that would have done is made Hulk stronger. Because what if you actually have read the fucking canon, you understand that the madder Hulk gets, the stronger he gets. Now, the one Hulk movie where the dog jumps up on the shoulder and bites the Hulk, and then the Hulk's shoulder muscles grow and break the dog's jaw, that's the Hulk. You're literally talking about the mutant that when the rest of the planet was destroyed, he couldn't die. And all of the other versions are equally powerful. But we have this piece of shit movie where Falcon beats the Red Hulk. You're ruining the series. You're just ruining the series now. You're just fucking shitting on canon. And if you want to shit on canon, that's cool, right? Then write some good shit. Like, you did fucking amazing. If you've not watched it, I highly recommend you watch the Punisher series. I can't think of the actor's name, but it's the guy that played Shane from Walking Dead, John Barenthal. His portrayal of Frank Castle is fucking amazing. But you know who else's portrayal of Frank Castle is amazing? Thomas Jane's in the movie. They both do amazing jobs of portraying that character. Luke Cage, very well done. Jessica Jones, very well done. Daredevil, the TV series. I think Daredevil was a very well done series. However, it came too soon after the what's his nuts Ben Affleck portrayal of Daredevil. And then Iron Fist is good, but it's silly. It's silly in a way that, like, on the CW, The Flash, because The Flash is a silly character. But you've got all this fucking canon. You've got all this amazing shit. And instead, all these companies, instead of, it's like I told you, fly me down to fucking Lucasfilm. Let me meet with the new guy. And if you give me the thumbs up and you tell me that you're going to get it done, I will write you 12 movies. I will write you a story of a Mandalorian. I will write you the story of a Sith. I will write you the story of a Jedi. And what we're going to do is we're going to grow each of those characters up, knowing full well that when they get to adulthood, there's going to be a trilogy of them move on. That's 12 fucking movies that people would actually give a shit about. Because if you made a Sith movie, if you made an actual Sith movie, then people would fucking be chomping at the bit for it. And here's the trick. You don't have to try too hard. You already have the fucking baseline script for a Sith movie. Hey, BioWare, you know that joint licensing agreement we have for Star Wars The Old Republic? Cool. You don't have to fucking try too hard. You have the baseline fucking story. Now, I'm sorry for all the juggernauts. The Inquisitor story would be a perfect fucking movie. You have about 45, 55 minutes of screen time with that story. Just the character creation. I'm not talking about the whole playthrough. You have the whole fucking movie right there if you didn't want to do anything other. You wouldn't want to do that. But the whole first movie of the child growing up, you have the whole movie right there. All you have to do is decide you're going to spend 2.5 hours. You're going to bring your Sith to Korriban. He's going to go through all that shit. And then he's going to get to the part where he's an apprentice. That's your first movie. Not a minute more, not a minute less, not an advancement point more, not an advancement point less. You're not going to try to do Ender's fucking Game, which needed to be a trilogy. And Ender, fuck's sake, Ender's Game. I wouldn't even wipe my ass with Ender's Game, the movie. Harrison Ford when I saw Harrison Ford in Ender's Game, I was done with Harrison Ford and anything he's in. Why? Because he showed up for that fat sack of cash. That movie was fucking garbage. The only movie worse than the Ender's Game movie, the only adaptation movie worse than Ender's Game is fucking Aragon. No, it doesn't matter because the Falcon can't. Here's the thing. The Falcon can't hurt the Red Hulk. Period. He can't hurt him. It's kind of like if you watched Game of Thrones, where Bronn doesn't want to fight the Mountain. And Bronn says, yeah, I could probably dance around him, tire him out. But he's quicker than you'd expect for a man that size. And one mistake, and I'm dead. The Red Hulk, the more you attack him, the madder he gets. The madder he gets, the stronger he gets. The more you dance around him, the madder he gets, the stronger he gets, the faster he gets. That's the nature of the Hulks. That's the canon. If you the only way to beat them is to not fight them. Because once they're enraged, if you're like, well, I'm faster than him, yeah? And until he decides he's so pissed that he launches himself at you and he hits you. And then he kills you. Because you can't take that hit. Loki only survived the Hulk smash attack because Loki is a frost giant. He's a fucking living god. That's the only reason why he survived. Because he's a deity. Are you telling me that Hulk grabs Captain America and smashes him off all the fucking buildings around, smashing? No, Steve's dead. Because Steve Rogers can die. He can die. He's not immortal. He grabs the fucking Iron Man suit, he dies. See, that's what I don't. And you don't need to use. You don't need to use these, and you don't have to water down every fucking piece of canon in order to make a good movie. What you decide is, you decide we want to make this movie. There are 968 different villains in the Marvel universe. And the reason why I'm kind of sentimental about this is because when Stan Lee was in charge of all of Marvel before he died, there is a reason why there were crossovers. Like, if you're not aware of this, the X-Men, Spider-Man, and the Fantastic Four were all centered in the same New York area. And you got crossovers between the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. You got crossovers between Spider-Man and X-Men. And remember, for a long time, Peter Parker was friends with Iceman and Firestar. Now, Firestar hasn't made an appearance in the MCU, but and some of that has to do with the way the licensing is with Sony and Spider-Man. Firestar is completely the purview of Sony until they use her, and that I don't like that deal either, and I understand that fucked up a lot of their ability. But Bobby should have crossed over into Spider-Man because Peter and Bobby are friends. Peter Parker and Bobby are friends. And for a long time, Bobby was always Spider-Man, Iceman, and Firestar. And they went around and they saved the world. But then when they would run into something that they couldn't handle, they would contact the X-Men. When the X-Men needed help, the Fantastic Four saved the X-Men. The X-Men have saved the Fantastic Four. And then it opens up when you find out that Scott Summers, his older... Hold on. It's gonna bother me. Yeah. What I don't like they did is, in the movies, Alex is older than Scott. But in canon, Alex Summers, who is Havoc, is Scott's little brother, which is what threw me off when they did X-Men Days of Future Past. I was like, what the fuck is, or the X-Men First Class. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Because Havoc was never an X-Men. Havoc was X-Factor because he was the Canadian version. All aside. All aside. You don't need to like, why does Disney buy IP and then feel the need to fuck with it? Who I want to give massive shout out to is the creative team behind Robert Pattinson's Batman. I want to give them some mad fucking props, and I mean this. I'm not being funny. I absolutely mean this. They deserve massive props. The spin and the twist that they put on the Riddler. If you haven't seen The Batman, it's a damn near 3-hour long movie. It is amazing. If you haven't watched the Robert Pattinson The Batman, he does deliver a great performance. Don't write him off because he's Cedric Diggory, and don't write him off because he's Edward the Sparkly Vampire. He does an amazing job as Bruce Wayne. The sequel to his movie is coming. When you watch the movie, you're immediately going to be like, holy fuck, I want more of this world. And then the Colin Farrell Penguin is holy. Oh my, it's a 10. And I'm not joking. It's a fucking 10. His portrayal of the Penguin is a 10. The show overall is like a 10-7 split. Most of the time it's a 10, but they definitely have some uncomfortable character development that drops you're like, yeah, you know, this is plot armor. This is plot shenanigans. But with all that said, if you're looking for something to watch, and then James Gunn wanted to cancel, James Gunn, he wanted to cancel this Batman, and the studio is like, fuck no, it's making money. We can have a Batman in your consolidated DCU, and we can have a Batman over here independently, and that's okay. And you know what? That is okay. You can do standalone movies, and you just declare them as, this isn't part of the MCU, or this isn't part of the DCU. This is a stovepipe portrayal, which would be fine. Which we need to be able to do, because we need to be able to get rid of 3 of those Star Wars movies. Be like, oh yeah, those aren't canon anymore. Those were the Kathleen Kennedy saga. Shit, man, I would love to see them now take all 9 movies and redo them. Even though it'd be spitting on some people's graves. That's okay. I'd like to see them take the 9 movies, get rid of the last 3 altogether, get rid of 2 and 3. I don't need to hear about sand getting everywhere. But the idea of a Darth Sith Jar Jar, oh, that's tits and cheese right there, man. That's all we need in life is a Darth Jar Jar. Sorry, I'm pretty passionate about some of my fan fiction. I drive everybody away with it. It's okay. It's all about having fun though, right? By the way, can George Martin please finish the book before he dies? And Brandon Sanderson. Brandon, you need to get on it too, man. You ain't a spring chicken anymore. You got 5 more books in the Way of Kings series to write. Fucking get on that shit. I'm not reading the second set of the Way of Kings until they're all done. That was painful because I'd been reading them and then I had such a long break that I had to reread all of them. That was 40, like that was close to 4,800 well, 4,500 pages ish, maybe, of rereading. Maybe not that much. 3,600 pages of rereading, maybe. I don't remember, but it was a lot of rereading. Yeah, 3,600 pages, I think, is about right. The last book, though, was phenomenal. The final book, absolutely phenomenal. You got to reread these books because sometimes you forget things. Oh yeah, what about Falcon's suit? It can absorb kinetic energy. Yeah, let me ask you a question. That's Marvel and they're made up. That's Disney's Marvel and they're made up bullshit. How does Falcon have a more advanced suit? Because that's not canon. That's Disney trying to give the fans what they want. Because we've created, and this is what it is. It's Disney. We've created a black superhero, and now we need to give him a thing. But the 2 leading inventors on planet Earth can't build that suit. Where did it come from? The 2 leading inventors, Reed Richards and Tony Stark, neither one of them could have built that. So where did it come from? Because if Falcon's suit has it, then why is Iron Man tasked with having the Hulkbuster suit? Why does SHIELD? Why is SHIELD is ultimately Wakanda? Yeah, Wakanda doesn't specialize in technology like that. Wakanda specializes in vibranium. Now, if you're saying the Black Panther suit, also, if you read your canon, that was nice, that was clever, but what they were trying to do is, and if you read the comics, what they were trying to do in that world, and if you go and read all the comics, you generally don't have the crossover of the mutants with the other heroes. Because at the end of the day, right? And there's nothing wrong with trying to do it. Jean Grey, level 5 Omega mutant. Jean Grey decides you're dead, you're dead. Especially if it's Jean Grey Dark Phoenix saga. You're dead. There is a reason why you wouldn't have Iron Man and Captain America and Black Widow and Hawkeye and Nick Fury and Falcon trying to stop Jean Grey. Because they're heroes. They are heroes in their own right. But they're not mutants. That's why when Stan Lee wrote it the way he wrote it, there were some crossovers. There were some not crossovers. Yeah, I get it. It has Wakanda tech. I get it. But now go read the comics. That's not what they built. Why did they build it that way? Because they wanted to be able to integrate the Black Panther into the MCU. They wanted to integrate the Black Panther into the Marvel Cinematic Universe because you only really had two choices. Really, you really only had three choices. If you were going to try to find a black lead or a black character that Stan Lee had created, you had three choices. You had Black Panther, you had Bishop, or you had Nightcrawler. And Nightcrawler is not a black human. He's Eastern European, but he's black as Nightcrawler. The problem is you don't take you don't take the universe, you don't take the lore, and then start fucking with shit. Because then my question for you is this: where the problem comes in. If Wakanda is able to make these suits, why is the Earth at risk? There's a reason why Wakanda had vibranium. Because it gave them an advantage against enemies. And it gave you a place to go and a story to tell, and it gave you a good hero. But what you're basically doing, what you're doing with Black Panther and giving him all these toys that he didn't have canonly, is the same thing Disney did with Mulan in the live action. The Mulan cartoon, if you notice, Mushu can't save Mulan's ass. He's a dragon, but he doesn't really have massive dragon powers. Because the cartoon is all about Mulan finding Mulan's inner strength. Mulan does it without... Mulan uses hard work, determination, strength, character, intelligence. Falcon and the Winter Soldier all falls under Stan Lee's Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was written by Sam Wilson under Marvel Comics. So I'm not sure. Stan Lee owned all of Marvel Comics. Stan Lee controlled the Marvel universe. I had to look up the year. Falcon was actually no. Falcon was created by Stan Lee in 1969, and the artist was Gene Colan. Yeah, Falcon is absolutely Stan Lee's. I'm not sure where you're going. Falcon was absolutely created by Stan Lee and Marvel. He was integrated into Captain America. So, yeah, I'm not sure what direction you're going with that, but yeah, Stan Lee created Falcon. Stan Lee created like pretty much every. I don't even know if there are. Bishop, Nightcrawler, Hold on. Black Panther. Oh, yeah. I forgot to include Sam Wilson. Black Panther, Falcon. Oh, Luke Cage. Shit, I didn't think of Storm. I forgot about Blade. Blade's actually a Marvel character. Oh, there's actually a lot. There's a lot more than I thought. Sunspot, I don't count. Prowler. It's not Nightcrawler. It's Prowler. Oh, I forgot about Dr. Voodoo. But oh yeah, Nick Fury. Shit, man. So yeah, I missed a handful. But at the time, I think my brain was thinking mutants, not characters. I said characters, but I was thinking mutants. And then I threw Black Panther in there. But anyway, sidetracked. I think the big problem we have is that. So you making me look this up brings up exactly what I'm talking about. We have 15 good. We have 15 good black characters, and keep in mind, a lot of the people that were saying, well, the black demographic isn't represented in the Avengers. Sure, you're right, but Blade had his own trilogy, and Deadpool, right? Deadpool has had his own trilogy, and I don't think Blade and Deadpool necessarily fit into overall what you want to do with a cinematic universe. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. With that said, I always love doing my show. I'm glad that we could hang out. I'm glad that I was actually able to get into game. I do need to go though, because I need to flip over my rig and my setup to diagnostic, because my kid is bringing her computer. So I need to get that flipped over. I will see you guys tomorrow for the politics show.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You